where here, starts giving me the video feed. Oh man, been a while since I popped my neck. Ugh. Okay, here we go. It says excellent connection. Messed with some of the settings, and hopefully, like things start coming in a lot smoother. So we'll see. But hi everybody. I know I used to have like a standard greeting where I would say hello to like a bunch of my fans, like patrons from Patreon and such, but we all know how that went. Like Patreon is just, I don't know, Patreon is garbage nowadays, and it seems that it's like just going down the tubes as of late with all the recent court things and yeah, all that nonsense. But anyway, main reason I'm like making this update video is to like just inform everybody of where I've been or what's been happening for the last 10 months or so. Has it been 10 months? I know I've been saying 8 months for a while. Like let's see, 8, 9. Yeah, it's been about 10 months, almost to the date, since I've been away. But just to let you all know like what's been going on, and hold on, like can someone say something in chat and make sure I'm coming in clear enough? Like is this video quality and stream better than it was like a moment ago? I just want to make sure before I begin. But you know what? I'll go ahead and start. Shoot, I should be recording this in tandem just so I can upload it in case the stream doesn't go well. Freaking hindsight. Anyway, so about 10 months ago, my laptop went tits up. It died, but before that happened, it had been giving me some issues for quite a while. And those who are part of my Discord server, I hope they can attest to that if they remember that I had issues booting up my old laptop, and eventually, like the laptop just wouldn't boot up anymore. So, unfortunately, when that happened, my probation officer was doing a compliance check, and part of the compliance check was checking out my laptop for any activities that go against my probation restrictions. But seeing as how my laptop wouldn't boot up, they had no choice but to confiscate it and do like a deep dive sweep and make sure everything was on the level, like legit, like I haven't been breaking any of my rules or committed any violations. And so they had to take the laptop in, but of course the laptop wouldn't boot up, and they had a lot of trouble just trying to get in there and just do their little scans and tests. But eventually, like they were able to run their tests, run their scans, and everything came out clean. So the next thing to do was to they didn't want to leave me without a laptop, and they were very kind enough to offer to fix it. And seeing as how like it broke on my watch and not theirs, like if it broke on while it was in their hands, then they'd have an obligation to like fix it or replace it. But since it broke while I was still using it and not in their possession, they didn't have to. But it was just really nice of them to just go out of their way to just make sure I had a laptop so I could stay connected and continue trying to make a living off of commissions and anything I can do, just stay like keep my head right. And I will admit that the major majority of my support group outside of my family is just all online. Like all the people who are part of my Discord server, all the fans and supporters that I have throughout like Twitter, and well, I could name off other websites, but like the courts don't want me to go to those websites anymore, such as DeviantArt and Fur Affinity, because of the potentially sexual content I could like come across. But yeah, they wanted me to at least stay online to just keep commissions going. So they elected to try to fix my laptop, but my laptop in the end was just unfixable. And I went into like a lot of in-depth detail with this Flash animation update that I was in the process of storyboarding. Oh, there's like more people talking in the chat. Iso says you're coming in. Cherry Boy says it's okay to me. Iso says video is choppy but audio is fine. That's cool. Cat o' Nine Tails, nice name, says yes, the video is choppy. Cherry Boy says yeah, the video is kind of choppy but the audio is okay. That's all I care about, is that the audio is okay. Alstar Dreamer, yes. How you doing? I'm glad you're here. I was waiting. I thought you'd be like one of the first to comment. Alistair says always here to. She's so freaking adorable. I love her. But yeah, like I was in the process of storyboarding this whole animated update video, and I just hadn't gotten around to like the completing it. I just gotten partially through the storyboarding phase, and here you can see like I illustrate that I'm having issues with my Lappy, like it just won't boot up. But then I found a workaround where you see it gives like a few options. Either try the boot device again, boot from the hard drive, or boot from a disk. Well, since trying the boot device again proved to be inoperable, and I didn't have a disk to boot from, I would boot from the hard drive. And when I would do that, like the thing would boot up just fine, until eventually, let me see, like it went through this issue where it just wouldn't boot up anymore. It's like, but booting from the hard drive was always the option that worked for me until one day, finally, it just didn't. Try again. And I was just defeated that day. And that was about 10 months ago. So 10 months I'd been without a laptop. The probation office tried to fix it and found it was like unfixable, because like the thing was like old, like it was over a decade old, this old laptop of mine, but it was a freaking workhorse. But I guess it just finally ran its course and I ran it into the ground. Andre AOA44 says, hi, good to see you, are you still here? Or no, hi, good to see you are still here. Yes, I'm still around. So they couldn't fix my laptop, and there were just a bunch of issues with it. Like the battery was inoperable, and the laptop wouldn't boot up without the battery plugged in, and they had to find a new battery. But it turns out the manufacturing company that made that battery discontinued it because it was a fire hazard, and the company that made the battery just pretty much, I guess, isn't around anymore. They're not around anymore, or they just stopped manufacturing that battery because, again, it was a fire hazard. So I was sort of like a relief. I was like, I've been sleeping next to a fire hazard this whole time. Jeez, that's freaking crazy, man. But yeah, like in the end, they found that they couldn't fix my old Lappy, so they opted to get me a new used laptop. So they got me this one, and even then, once they were able to get it, like there were like a few hurdles I had to jump over just to get this thing for them to get it operational. I had to get them a new hard drive so they could transfer all of my old documents from the laptop into the hard drive and plug it into this Lappy. But then once they booted it up, they were still having issues with the thing just not staying on, and I found that it constantly has to be plugged in. Like the first day I got it back, like I tried to boot it up, but it just shut off afterwards, and found that I just have to always have it plugged into the wall. But this whole process took about 10 months for them to go through, like confiscating the computer because it wouldn't boot up, and having to run a deep scan on it just to make sure I didn't violate. They ran their deep scan, everything checked out. Tried to fix that laptop. There were just a lot of technical issues with the laptop. Eventually they had to scrap it, or scrap the idea of fixing it, just put it aside and try to get me a new used laptop. And the new used laptop, I needed to get them a hard drive so they could transfer all my data from the old lappy to the new lappy. And even when doing that, around that time, that's when this whole pandemic took place, which freaking slowed everything to a crawl. So every update I would get about my lappy, like it was just so many steps out. It's like everything took weeks or maybe even a month to get like any progress going on the laptop again. And once progress started getting made, like there were just all these like little things that kept occurring, which would take time and effort away, or attention away from my lappy. Like there was a pandemic around the time here, somewhere around the time there was like a meth lab locally that was busted, and 2 guys went on a shooting rampage, and there was like a manhunt that lasted for about maybe around about a couple weeks. And once things were settled down again, and they started working on the lappy, their tech guy, he had a kidney infection and had to be hospitalized for a while. Like poor guy, like, and poor me. Like every step forward that was made, there was like something that would come out of left field to just forestall the progress that would be made on getting the laptop back. But finally, after 8 months, after 8 months, I finally got a laptop. And for the last 2 months, like I've just been just working, doing commissions, trying to get myself out of all the debt that I had accumulated. But yeah, it's been pretty tough because in that time without a lappy, I've just been here with my family the whole time and just haven't been able to do much, just looking after my mom because she's still recovering from her back surgery. But good news on that. Today we got like a diagnosis which might have pinpointed why she isn't healing. We were afraid that like through a fall she had during her recovery, she might have knocked her spine out of alignment again. And worst case scenario, we were thinking that she would have to go back into surgery. But every scan or every doctor visit she had, like everything would just more or less turn up, say, well, they would look at the x-rays and say, well, nothing has really changed from the time you had the surgery to that time you had that fall. So your back should be okay, you should be recovering, and we're not sure what the issue is. Maybe it's just your specific condition. Her specific condition being that she grew up with radiation sickness or poisoning because having been born and raised on a uranium camp. But that aside, like today we got some good news. Like she got a new physician, doctor. He went over all of her x-rays, her scans, her diagnoses and whatnot, and he came to the conclusion that it's probably not her spine, but a deep tissue bruising that is incapable of healing because she's just, God bless her, but she is one stubborn woman. Like I can barely get her to sit still for the life of me. Like she's constantly cooking, she's constantly cleaning, she's constantly trying to do all these chores when I kept trying to get her to just hold still, relax, and recover. But she's a hard-headed woman, and I see where I get some of my hard-headedness and determination from. But here a lot more people are talking in the chat. Let's see. Alistar says, it was a terrible 10 months. Yes. Me and Alistar just pretty much hang out on Discord all day, every day. And in the 8 months without a laptop, like, it was brutal. Like, I had no I had little to no emotional outlet, because a lot of the things that I'm going through, like, though my family is here to support me and care for me, there's just things that I go through that I can't really talk to them about. And when I do try to talk to them about it, it's like an uncomfortable air, and like things just kind of get quiet with no feedback whatsoever. So with the supportive group that I have on Discord, and with Alistar, like always cheering me on, like it's just that's what I had been missing those 8 months, and I'm just so glad to have that support group back. But anyway, let's keep reading the rest of this. Jessica Darkfire says, "He lives! Yes, I live! I'm alive." Issa says, "Sadly, batteries are consumable. Eventually they won't hold charge anymore." Yeah, this battery I don't think holds a charge as much, but I just have to keep it plugged in. Issa also says, "Oh no, stream is having issues." Dang. Concept Soundless says, "Lol." Wow, let me see. Someone's trying to hit me up on Discord. Yeah. Someone's trying to make clear that they're Alistar Dreamer. I was like, I know, love. Yeah, we're pretty cutesy and dorky together. But yeah, that's what I missed all that time, is just being able to hang out and like vent to people who can relate and just give positive or constructive feedback, which is something that I don't really get around here. At home, like, I do enjoy the support and the caring and all that goes with it, but there's just like a lot of things that I'm going through that I can't receive any constructive feedback on. But anyway, now that we're all back together, I have all that back now, so it's just awesome. But anyway, as I was saying, the good news is that the diagnosis for my mom is that it's apparently just a deep tissue scar, so all she has to do is sit still and heal. And also the doctor gave her this topical ointment, which is supposed to relieve like deep tissue injuries or something like that. But she applied it earlier today, and she's feeling a lot better, so hopefully she'll gain her mobility back, like way before when she had her little fall. And all she did, like when she had her fall, was she slipped off of a stool and fell down on the floor in the kitchen, and she didn't even fall that hard. But ever since then, like, she's just needed her crutches to get around. But hopefully, if this ointment and maybe some like deep tissue back rubs will like get her muscles back in order, so she can start walking without her crutches again, because that was something that I thought was pretty amazing, that back when she was like well on her way to recovery, is that when she was able to move around without her crutches. But now she just has them constantly because of this apparent deep tissue bruising. But hopefully, like, all that clears up. But aside from that, like, yeah, it's been pretty hectic, just keeping us afloat, because this whole pandemic really dried up the tourist industry, and like the pottery painting that I've been doing has just been so few and far in between, and the shipments or the batches that we do get are just so few. Like I remember back in the day when my mom would get a shipment of pottery to paint, like it would be almost like a whole I'd be exaggerating if it was a truck full, but just more boxes. Like recently, we did like just a shipment of like four little boxes. They're pretty wide, like in size, but they're pretty short. And it was just four of those. But in the past, like my mom would receive like a bunch of those boxes and a bunch of like fuller boxes with full size pottery. Because in the little boxes, you just have these little pots to paint. But yeah, it's been tough. But I'm glad to be back and just wanted to make this update video because I tried to make an animation, but I've just been working really hard to get myself out of debt because in that whole time where I've been out of commission and out of like pots to paint, like my debts have just been accumulating. And thanks to all the people who have been able to like gain commissions from me, I really appreciate it. And big props go to Alistar Dreamer in the stream for just supporting me throughout like a whole lot of this. And it's just really nice to be back online and back in touch with all of you peeps. And also like want to like make an update as to like I finally went back to court today to like have like another court session because ever since this whole pandemic hit, like my bi-monthly court updates have just not been in session this whole time. So it's been like 8 months without one. I guess 10 months because today was like it's almost been like to the date for like 10 months that I haven't had a court session until today. So how that went, it didn't go as well as I was hoping because in this reentry program, like it's a year-long program where you accumulate, I'm told, like 52 points, and you gain like I think 4 points per month. And I've accumulated more than enough points to graduate, but they want to run a polygraph test to make sure I've been truthful to all of my restrictions and just make sure that I haven't been involved in like any drinking, any sexual misconduct, or any drawing of lewd material. And that's an issue I've been struggling with because as I've said before, obscenity is in the eye of the beholder, and the way they treat obscenity is like it's beholden to them, so they have say so on what is obscene and what isn't. And in that 8 months that I've been away, they almost violated me for drawings that were skirting the edge of my restrictions. And they saw that as me just being overtly like defiant toward my restrictions. But that really isn't the case. From my perspective, I'm just trying to make ends meet the best way I can, and when they take that away from me, like I'm more or less stuck with my thumb up my ass, because it's like it's harder to make ends meet without being able to just like draw whatever content like makes me money. And like sex sells, and sex has made me a lot of money, and I guess you could say I'm a sex worker. Oh my god, that is awful. That's an awful thing to say, but you know what? It's technically the truth. So I'm a sex worker. I don't know, but the thing is, like, I've just been drawing I had been drawing sexual content for like-minded consenting adults for all these years. And for them to just like take that away from me, like as a no-go, it's left me stuck without the ability to either express myself or just make money from my freedom of expression. And I feel ever since like this started in Vegas, they kept moving the goalposts. At first, I was given leeway to draw sexual content as long as it wasn't based on real people, so I did that. And it seems that they felt that my drawings were a bit too realistic, so they violated me, threw me back in, and brought me back out, and moved the goalposts. Okay, we allowed you to draw sexual content before as long as it wasn't based on real people, but that made us uncomfortable, so we violated you, and now you're not able to draw any sexual content whatsoever. No pornographic material, such as like drawing penises and vaginas, breasts, nudity, sexual penetration, this and that. And it seemed all pretty clear to me, and then I moved out here, and like I felt like, okay, well, I'm still under the federal system, so I think it should all be the same, right? But apparently, being in the re-entry program I'm in, the re-entry program is pretty intense, and therefore the restrictions are a lot more restrictive. So they're not comfortable with me drawing any sexual material whatsoever, meaning no erotica, no scantily clad ladies, no cutesy drawings of a sexual nature, even though there's no nudity, there's no exposed nipples, breastises, penises, vaginas, buttocks, just none of that. Even though there's none of that, if they feel it's remotely sexual, then they tell me that's a no-go. And it's been really hard to like decipher, like, okay, like I know what is pornographic. I'm okay to stay away from that, but I don't know what someone else would consider lewd or erotic. So for the sake of like argument, I've just been trying to like keep things pretty clean, pretty G-rated as far as I think they are, and anything like trying to refrain from anything sexual. But I've been given the go-ahead to like draw romantic images, such as like holding and kissing, which I've done a few times already. But like I don't know what it is about my artwork that I feel like it's pretty generalized, but then somehow my artwork is just sexually charged when I don't mean it to be. And I guess yeah, like throughout those 8 months, like my restrictions had grown even tighter, because they felt that I was like skirting the line when all I was trying to do was just make ends meet and make a living the way I did back in Vegas when I was under their probation. And here they expect me to just totally reinvent myself. I tried to go the traditional Native American route as far as artwork goes, but it's just, my heart's not in it. And if there's no passion in it, there's like really no way to like sell something that's very lackluster. And I'm just having a hard time just trying to stay within those guidelines, and then not knowing when I commit like a erotic faux pas of some sort, which is something that was discussed today at today's court. I mean, it really sucks because the drawings, I drew a couple of drawings, and to me they were like joke images, and I thought they were pretty funny, but the court doesn't think they're funny at all. And in these couple of drawings, there's nothing visually sexual. There's no scantily clad ladies. There's no bikinis, no voluptuous women, no nothing that I would consider like visually erotic. But there were like speech bubbles that I had put on the side, which they find highly sexually charged and might lead to a violation. And I think it's ridiculous where like, okay, I know I can get in trouble for drawing sexual images, but writing sexually charged phrases can land me back in prison. I mean, at first, like, I was like going along with it, like thinking like, okay, yeah, I can see where you're coming from, just because I've been so institutionalized to think that way. Like I've been like kept in a cage for this whole time, and then when I expressed that to my family, like what had gone on in there, they just thought it was really stupid. And then when they more or less laid it out, like saying that I haven't been drawing anything like sexual, like I haven't been drawing any porn, but they're having issue with me like writing something sexual, and my parents just outright said that that's stupid. And then it took me a while to like just step back and like see the situation for what it is, and like, holy shit, that is stupid. It's like I've been following these restrictions for so long, and a lot of my creativity is stunted. A lot of my personality has been stunted. I don't know how to like really conduct myself in front of people or like officials, which won't be construed as like defiant or sexual. And when I drew these little like comic page things, these joke drawings, I just wanted to like express myself in a manner that I thought like not only I would find humorous, but my fans and supporters would find humorous. But the court doesn't find them funny at all. And I find myself more and more just getting blocked in. Like I say, they keep moving the goalposts and restricting me further and further, and it was ridiculous. And the images that I'm alluding to, they can be found on my Twitter. One image is of just a woman's face, like she's like a very attractive looking cartoonish woman, just with somewhat of like a seductive look to her. That's it. There's like no like breasts showing or whatever. It's just like a bust image like that. And she's got a word bubble to the side which says, "If you got the D, I got the P." You know, because just playing off the whole like phrasing of like getting that D, you know, like how like that phrase gets tossed around every now and then, like oh, she needs she wants a healthy dose of like vitamin D, and we all know what the D like refers to. And I just wanted to play off that joke and build upon that humor, though crass as it is. I didn't think would be an issue. And the other illustration I did was a guy, like a side-by-side comparison of a dude using one of those ostrich pillows. You can look it up. Like, it's a really ridiculous looking pillow. It's a pillow like you wear somewhat like a helmet that has like little pockets for you to put your hands in, and you just use this ostrich pillow to just like sleep anywhere. But I drew like a funny variant of it, and it's kind of like an X-ray like cross section of like what's really going on in the pillow. And it's a dude inside this ostrich pillow who's like watching like his smartphone, and he's like, the word bubbles I put in there like are like I guess you could say like the word bubbles can be pornographic. That's a stupid thing to say. Like, oh man, these word bubbles are pornographic. Like, I got in trouble for drawing pornographic like content, like full-on sexual penetration, nude breasts, and just penises and vaginas just like shooting juice all over each other, and this and that. But for me to get in trouble for drawing or like writing like pornographic phrases in a word bubble, like for a word bubble to be pornographic and me almost getting in trouble for it, is just fucking ridiculous. I mean, like, when I did them at the time, like, I just wanted like like a funny outlet, like to poke fun at my situation because my situation is just so goddamn stressful. I mean, I'm being hemmed in like at every turn that I go, and like I have to be careful of what I do, what I say, what I draw, and what I write. And I thought writing this, it was like a tongue-in-cheek humor, just poking fun at my situation, uh, in a way, and just hoping like my fans and supporters would get a kick out of it. And I got a lot of likes from it, and a lot of people thought it was funny. I thought it was funny at the time, but for it to get me in this much trouble, where they bring it up as a possible issue, I mean, I'm just constantly getting backed into a corner. And then my thoughts lead to things like, though I'm not a violent person, I haven't committed any violence, and not even in prison. Like when I was afraid to like either defend myself or just fight off some guy who like freaking punched me in the back of the head. It's like I didn't bother to like throw any fists for fear that might extend my time even further. It's like when you're too afraid to defend yourself for fear of you getting punished. I mean, it's like just fucking ridiculous. And I say that just to further illustrate the point that I'm not a violent person, but then getting backed into this corner time and time again, and getting the corner smaller, and having the corner just get hemmed in smaller and smaller and smaller, I can understand why some people snap and then commit all sorts of violence against either just random people or forms of authority. And there are like horror stories that I heard about in prison, like just federal agents or prosecutors just getting gunned down in front of their places of business, and just thinking at the time that's crazy, but then having this constant pressure just getting put on me, and like even when I try to do things that I feel are a little lighthearted, just to not only make me feel better about my situation, but just reach out to people and just have some sort of connection, and being like shut down for that. It's like I understand why people turn to violence, and it's nothing that I want to do, but I mean, like, where the fuck does this all end? It's really difficult, and further, like, as the court went on, there was speculation, like stating that they're not sure if they should cut my time by that much, because they're afraid that I might start just drawing sexual content after I'm released. And then in my mind I'm thinking, like, so your justification for not setting me free is because you're afraid I might enjoy my freedom, in a sense? Because, like, people who are out there, they're free to like draw whatever sexual content they want, because it's their freedom to do so. But it's like the courts are afraid that, oh, if we set you free, you might go out and just express your sexuality, and that's something that we don't want to see. We want to hear that you are done with that sexual lifestyle, that you're done drawing sexual content, and that you'll like prove to us that you'll never be sexually provocative in any way whatsoever. And once you prove that to us, then we'll set you free. And it's just like a freaking mind job, and like Oh my god, it's infuriating. Let me take a little time out to just read some of these posts. Cherry Boy says, say erotica artist is a lot fancier. Iso says, they seem super strict. Makes me wonder if you can cream at all. Yeah, I'm afraid they're going to start asking me, like, what's the frequency of your masturbation schedule? And it's like, okay, that's we're getting too personal here. I mean, um, like I'll say that Alistair Dreamer and I, like, we've become pretty close to the point we've like started calling each other soulmates because we've connected on so many levels, and we bond over a lot of things like taste in music, taste in movies. Like we even talk about the cartoons that we grew up on in our childhood, and we have the same passion for artwork and just a lot of things, such as like even the sense of humor we share. And hope I don't get too personal, but there are things that we want to do that are a little more intimate, and to go in front of the court and ask if we're allowed that intimacy is just pretty far out, because I know as far as the other guys go, they got wives, they have girlfriends, and the court doesn't get all up in their business. Like, oh well, how often do you kiss her? Like, how often do you have intimate relations? And I mean, it's just fucking bullshit how I'm just constantly guarded this whole time. And like I do feel like I and Alistair Dreamer have like these romantic notions, and just want to continue like the form of intimacy that we had in the past, of just me drawing like sexually charged erotic content for her. But the courts aren't going to have any of that, not until I'm released from probation. But even still, like they don't want me drawing any sexual content whatsoever after probation, and it's just a fucking hell in a handbasket. Like I could shout like unconstitutional cries like all I want, but they'll just continue to fall on deaf ears. Like, it really doesn't matter what I do, what I say. They just want me to conform to the beliefs of what they feel is best for me, because they're afraid that I might contribute to like people abducting and molesting children, when that's not even my deal. Like, I just draw sexual content. If someone wants to abduct and molest a child, that's not on me. If someone like wants to commit some sort of rape or whatever, like, that's not on me. I'm just here to friggin' draw what I want to draw for paying consenting adults, is what I was all about in the past. But they don't even want me to do that, because they fear that the drawings I make inspire sexual violence. And that's just, as much as I want to say it, it's just fucking stupid. And sometimes it takes my family to just like take me out of that mindset, to just like relay like how stupid it is, for them to tell me, is like, well, you're not responsible for someone like for someone else's stupid decisions. It's like if they wanted, I feel like it's like getting into scary territory when it feels like they're trying to find a way to justify like sending me to prison for rapes or molestations that I didn't even commit, that other people committed. It's like, well, Johnston Blackhorse has been drawing sexual content for X amount of years, and starting back in 2012 or 2013, let's go ahead and charge him for all the rapes and molestations and child abductions that have been committed by other people since those times. So yeah, let's even though all he's been doing is just drawing cartoons and sexual imagery, we'll just go ahead and blame him for all the stuff other people have done and just keep him in prison indefinitely. I mean, that's how it's starting to feel. And it's just fucking stupid. Because like let's equate it to like things like guns and alcohol and drugs. Like if a dude shoots up an office building, it's like they blame that dude for shooting up the office building. They charge him with that. They don't go after the gun manufacturer. If a guy succumbs to alcohol poisoning, right, drinking himself to death, they just blame that guy for drinking himself to death, like being the alcoholic he was, and he didn't bother reaching out for any help, and he just drank himself to death. It's a shame. They don't go after the liquor companies that he bought his alcohol from. And the whole drug abuse, the opioid epidemic, well, I had said in the past, is like, well, like friggin' that's the people who are trying to friggin' get high, and you make so many drugs illegal, like marijuana. If like marijuana was legalized, like the opioid epidemic would hardly be a thing, because all people want to do is just chase that high, and they'll get it by any means necessary. And if they find like opioids are easy access to get some sort of escape from their harsh reality, and they OD on it, I guess that would be on them. But recently, like, they tried going after the doctors and the drug manufacturers, and it's just, man, it's just fucking stupid. Like, you keep making so many rules upon rules, and people are just trying to find a way to live sometimes, or a way to cope with their life. And by blocking them in, like, people are just finding other ways to get themselves off. Like the criminalization of marijuana has led to like the opioid epidemic and dangerous manufactured drugs such as this spice that was coming out of the eastern countries. And sooner or later we gotta just say enough is enough. It's like what people decide to do on their own time is their fault. You can't blame their actions on something like someone who like supposedly inspired them. I mean, why not lock the writer up from Catcher in the Rye for supposedly inspiring the shooting of like John Lennon or something? Like, I mean, it's just so fucking retarded how things are going. And with everything that's going on lately with the cancel culture and people's sensibilities, like stirring up an uproar, I mean, it's just too much. I mean, you got all these people like in an uproar over politics, gender identity, and this and that, and obscenity. I mean, it's just all got to stop at some point, you know? Like, we're becoming an authoritarian state when, like, you can't be free to express yourself in a way that might insult, like, a certain identity group. If you do, then like you get canceled. You get your shit like friggin' shut down. And I don't know, like like things are happening now that I was ranting about like years ago, right? Like, wasn't I like on a freaking rant like after I had come out of prison, just like art ranting about this and that, the overreaching authoritarianism of like government and like just like all these people like bringing their sensibilities into the mix and just trying to get everyone to conform to their sense of high morals or ideals. I mean, it's just fucking stupid. And like, I think we all lost what America was supposed to stand for. It was supposed to stand for the pursuit of happiness, justice for all, and just as long as your freedom and liberty doesn't encroach on somebody else's freedom and liberty, like fucking, you should be free to do it. But no, like, instead of being objective about everything, everyone's being subjective about it. I mean, take into account like what's been going on with me. Like, shoot, am I still going? Like, the thing went dead. Let's see. Okay, I guess we're still going. I don't know. But take into account what's been going on with me. Like instead of looking at my situation objectively, they're being pretty subjective about it because they're concerned about the subject matter. And the subject matter, like I'll admit, is like highly sexually charged when concerning my drawings. Like, yeah, they're overtly sexual, they're crass, they're raunchy to the nth degree, but that's how I intended it. And people are the legal system is like somewhat of in an uproar about it. I mean, they tried to pin obscenity charges on me, but none of those charges have come forward. Like they've never like come to fruition, because I don't think they have much of a case, because the obscenity laws themselves are just fucking stupid. Because obscenity is in the eye of the beholder and should not be beholden to the government. I mean, that should just be common, like common sense, you know, like in the law and practice. But they're in such an uproar over the subject matter instead of being objective about it. Now, if they're objective about it, they would like look at the situation for what it is. Like, okay, yeah, they're drawings, but these drawings are just a culmination of pen and pencil on paper. That's being objective about it, but they're being subjective about it by looking at the subject matter of the drawings and what they depict. But in the end, they're just drawings. And this is why I believe like people are constantly looking at things subjectively, like going off of their fears and emotions instead of being objective about it. Like take any case or thing that's going on at the moment, instead of like ascertaining like, has there been any damage done? Has there been any physical harm? Has there been any theft of property or value? If no, then like fucking fuck off, you know? I mean, people are just so caught up in their feelings, like, it's my right to not be offended by everything that may be posted on the internet. And like, I've had a few people like come to some of my channels and some of my like blogs or like art posts and saying like, oh, this content should not exist. Like you should be banned for like posting this content. And like, I'll straight up tell them like, well, I'm kind of like an obscene artist. Like, I'm a pornographic artist. If you didn't want to see any offensive pornographic content, then you shouldn't have come to my gallery. Bitch, you posted in the wrong neighborhood. But no, it's like asking them like, well, if you didn't want to be offended, then what the fuck are you doing here? And like it's just these stupid social justice warriors that have nothing better to do than to find something that offends them just so they can be offended. And it's freaking stupid. Like, why are you looking for offensive content just to hope to just bring it down, just so you can be self-justified in your pursuit to like clean the internet? Oh, we gotta think of the children. We gotta post things for the children. Everything's about the children. It's like, well, if you weren't in such a freaking tirade, can't you just raise your own goddamn child and look over what they're viewing or what they're posting, what they're doing on social media, instead of being concerned about everybody else? And like so many people are being like caught up in this uproar about like children like being sexualized, and like shame on the people who are sexualizing them. Is like, whoa, like what about the fucking parents? Like where the hell are they? It's like no one is taking the time to just like place focus or blame where it should be. I mean, like people are like blaming like, well, the way it feels like the whole court system is going and how treatment is going, like everyone is like pointing the finger at me in a way. It's like, oh, well, your content is causing the sexual abuse of children. It's causing sexual deviants and pederasts to go out and molest children and abduct them, this and that. And then I'm thinking like, well, even if that's the case, like, where the frick are the goddamn parents? You know, like, there are so many people just spending so much time policing everybody else. They're not able to keep an eye, like, on their own family members. I mean, people who are out there, like, protesting obscenity, protesting maybe like abortion, like sexual misconduct, like they could like be at home just teaching their kids or raising their household to not be the people that they're freaking throwing a tirade about. Ugh. I mean, it's like the finger's got to be pointed at other people other than me. I mean, it's like they're blaming me more than the actual like rapists and molesters. I mean, it's no lie when I like say that hands-on rapists and molesters like get like less time than I do. Like there are hands-on rapists and molesters that get a lot less probation than I do. What did I do? Like, yeah, in the past I downloaded like friggin' child pornography, and like, yeah, like fucking even before then I drew like a bunch of highly charged like lowly content. But I've never committed a rape. I've never molested a child. I've never like part of my pre-sentence report stated that I shouldn't be allowed pornography because I might show it to children for grooming purposes. And all I could think was like, you fucking sick bitch. I never would have thought of that. That never crossed my mind. And it's like all these fucking maybes, like they're punishing me harshly because maybe there's a chance they believe that I could commit violence or sexual misconduct onto another person. But people who actually commit rapes and molestations, they get a lot less probation. And I've been given lifetime. Though I'm told like people who get lifetime don't really do lifetime as long as they program out of it. But what about the hands-on molesters and rapists? Like through treatment, and I hate it when I hear these stories, but like some of these stories, like the treatment counselor tells me of like fathers and uncles who actually molest their daughters and nieces, and other like sexual deviants who've like raped like a whole bunch of like women and boys and such, like sometimes they just get like a few years in prison, and as far as probation goes, sometimes they get just a few months probation and then they're off. Hands-on rapists and molesters get less probation than I do. And that really fucking sucks. And here I am, just like, after leaving court today, I get the impression that I'm at risk for writing pornographic word bubbles. I'm at risk of going back to prison for writing pornographic word bubbles. Where hands-on molesters and rapists only get like a few months in prison, maybe a couple years in prison at most, and on probation they just get like and the least I've heard like just a few months. It's just so fucking grossly disproportionate. I'm tired. I'm just really fucking tired. Anyway, read the rest of these comments. Maybe that'll make me feel a little better. Issa McIntosh says, OMG meant if you can draw, if I can, like Issa was like, earlier he said like, makes you wonder if you can cream it all. And I was thinking, I thought he meant ejaculate. But he meant, OMG, I meant if you can draw cream at all. Cream the Rabbit from the Sonic franchise, the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. And you know what? I'm steering away from any young characters for fear that they might be misconstrued as sexual. Because, let's face it, like a lot of the drawings I make, even though they're not sexual in nature sometimes, people have told me that they have like sexually charged energy. I guess my art skills are just that fucking sexy that people are just, oh wow, that Blackhorse, like he really drew the hell out of that truck, or he drew the hell out of that landscape, or somehow like he drew this fully clothed average Joe character in such a way that I am just sexually turned on by it. I'm pretty sure it doesn't go that far, but people have commented that even though like the artwork that I'm producing now isn't pornographic, they still get this sexual sensation from my I guess my quality of art. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's just that whole Pavlovian effect. You know, that Pavlov's dog, where Pavlov would ring a bell at dinner time, a dog's mouth would salivate, and then whenever he would ring a bell, the dog's instinctual sense would just tell him like, oh, it's dinner time, time to salivate. So I guess maybe when people see any form of artwork of mine, they're just reminded of the sexual charged energy that my artwork gave them in the past. Yeah, but yeah. Issa was talking about Cream the Rabbit. Cherry Boy says, I was going to ask about writing. Yeah, apparently I'm not allowed to write anything sexual. Oh, God. Alistar says, I think a good way to say it is that you've been artistically neutered. Yeah, that's pretty spot on. I've been artistically neutered. Cherry Boy says that doesn't go against human rights. Oh, the whole like me not being allowed to draw whatever I want. Like I've been dealing like constitutional violations left and right ever since this like thing started with my drawings and artwork, but none of it has amounted to anything. And the courts in Vegas and the courts here have threatened to file obscenity charges on me. But the courts here just, it was just a threat, but I know the courts in Vegas, they were in the process of filing new charges against me, but nothing ever came from it, last I heard, and nothing has come from it since, because, again, the obscenity laws are bullshit. Like, I know that it's written in law, but one thing that I think they fail to recognize is that the obscenity laws go off the child pornography guidelines, and the child pornography guidelines require an actual victim in order for it to be like legal or for you to serve any time. So that being the case, it's like they can like threaten me all they want. If I were to like draw any sexualized content of like lolis and such, but I don't think anything would come from it. It's like I know like the friggin' prosecutors argue like, oh well, Congress passed that like any drawing, sculpture, painting, writing, anything depicting manner in a sexualized way like violates this obscenity law and warrants like a potential 20-life sentence or 20-year sentence. And like I've heard like a prosecutor go on that friggin' rant or whatever, and like, and I kept saying like, well, it requires an actual victim, and like she pointed out somewhere in the fucking stupid obscenity law that like, no, it doesn't require a victim, like it's like reality or not, like fictional characters, like it's all illegal. But then at the end of the day, the child pornography guidelines, which the obscenity guidelines go off of, or like the obscenity law goes off of, it does require a victim. There has to be an actual victim there in order for the sentencing guidelines to apply to the obscenity law. Anyway, Lisa McIntosh says, you're still alive. Yeah. I guess I can be thankful for that. But sometimes I wonder, like, fucking, I'm still alive, but for what? In this country, we're supposed to have freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and they gutted my pursuit of happiness. They've taken my liberties, and they'll give my freedom back just so long as I will conform to their ideology of just not expressing myself in any sexual manner whatsoever. That's America now, I guess. It's fucking bullshit. Concept Sama says that's load? No, that's loud. Hopefully your computer doesn't explode. Oh, was I being too loud? I haven't bothered to adjust the settings on this thing. Check. Oh, it's not even registering. Well, I'll just turn them down. Well, I'll turn off the desktop audio. Don't need to hear anything from the desktop. I'll turn this down. Okay. Sorry about that. Chime Chalks. Long time no see. Like, it's been a while since I've done one of these. Says, one thing too. Time to draw stuff like Dragon Ball characters or edgy Sonic OCs. There we go. Nothing sexual. Like, yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Like, I've been drawing people's OCs for a while for commission money, and it's been getting me by, and especially All-Stars OCs, like, friggin', I love drawing Hiroses because they're just really cute, and I've just been trying not to be as sexual as I have been in the past. And it's just really hard to do because I have an artistic mindset to just draw things as best as I can, and when I do that, I draw them as realistic as I can oftentimes, and when doing so, there are like details that could be construed as sexual that I don't mean them to be. I just try to make them. I try to give that edge of realism to some of the characters that I draw, such as like drawing like chest bulges and maybe like fine details and wrinkles in like some of the clothes and conforming like attire. And sometimes I can't help what other people find sexual. Like before I got violated that whole time, like doing like vanity searches of my name, I saw my name was associated with like a foot fetishist website. So like even if I draw a foot really good, like someone's gonna find something sexual behind it. So like I guess that goes along with saying like how even though I'm trying not to be sexual with my drawings, like people will find something to be sexual about. And apparently like there are a lot of my drawings on some like foot fetishist forum. I don't know if it's still there though. Like it's been a long time since I've done a vanity search, and I don't really want to do a vanity search now because like my name has come synonymous with all forms of erotic obscenity and content. And thus is like the great advantage and curse of being the one and only Johnston Blackhorse. I mean, come on, if you look around, like I haven't run into any other Johnston Blackhorses, and doing a vanity search, I see no other Johnston Blackhorse popping up. And that being the case, like a lot of my sexual artistic past pops up in that vanity search from way before I was violated. And man, I can only imagine what it might be now, but I'm guessing maybe I've been so far off the radar that maybe the sexual content doesn't come up anymore. Maybe it's just the whole like Johnston Blackhorse versus the United States court or blah blah blah. But anyway, ESO says that could work as long as it isn't Android 18 or 21. Yeah, Android 18 is that sexy Android chick. Android 21, I don't. Oh, is she that like freaking tall, wild-haired, buxom lass Android? Like I know Android 19 is the big burly red-haired dude, and I never watched Dragon Ball Z past the Boo saga, so I don't know any androids past that. But I think I might have seen like something relating to Android 21 on YouTube or something, and I think she was like a kind of like a burly but stacked like android femme fatale. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, like I haven't been in the Dragon Ball Z fandom for like a long time. Zaxxon4 says, "Are you going to be allowed on Subscribestar?" Unfortunately, no. On Subscribestar, there's like, even though like none of my work is pornographic there, I think. You know what? I don't remember. But I believe it's not pornographic. Yeah. I don't believe it's pornographic because I moved from Patreon to Subscribestar, and I tried to keep things fairly clean. But then I had like the Subscribestar informed me like, hey, people are whining about your stuff. You know, just keep it behind a payment wall. You know, we won't bother you because you know what, we don't really care because we're cool like that. Because we're better than Patreon. Yeah, fuck you, Patreon. Yeah, Subscribestar, like yeah, there's nothing pornographic there, but all my artwork there might be construed as sexualized content, which I'm not allowed to draw or see. And it's just fucking stupid. Like, I'm not allowed to see my own drawings. It's like fucking how bass backwards can the legal system in America be? I mean, we have alleged pederasts, rapists, and child molesters who run the government in all seats of authority on both sides, but nothing really ever happens to them because they pay off their victims, or they intimidate them into shutting up. But oh no, if you download like pictures of children, then that's an automatic like 20 or so years nowadays. And just thinking, like, if I had the white privilege and rich authority to just go out and rape and molest people, I don't think I'd actually do it. It's like, yeah, I've drawn like highly sexualized content before, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go out and start raping and molesting people. Jesus. It's like I watch a lot of violent rated R movies, and I play a lot of bloody first person shooter games, but that doesn't mean I'm going to go and shoot up an office building or bomb a school. I mean, it's just fucking retarded. But yet, like, the hands-on molesters, child rapists, and all that, like, the people in authority and power, they can get away with it because they can, again, pay them off or intimidate the witnesses and victims. Yeah. Anyway, ESO says, oh wait, back to the Subscribestar thing. I'm not going to be going back on Subscribestar for the time being because, let's face it, like, I'm just not allowed to draw or see any of my sexualized content. And though I'd like to go back, like, I'd like to go back at a time where everything is just done and over with. But until then, like, my Subscribestar has been put on like a paused status by the website, and I appreciate them doing that. Like Subscribestar is freaking the balls to the wall. They're the tits, just like fucking awesome. And let's see, Hiso says, I'm at the stream when you said you. Oh, Hiso McIntosh is referring to like something like he said earlier, is like, you're still live. I guess I was having issues with the stream, like not sure if I was here or not. And I thought Hiso McIntosh was lending like kind words of wisdom, like, yeah, things are tough, Blackhorse. Like your life is shit, and like people are treating you like shit, and like you can't draw shit. But dude, man, you're still alive. That's what I thought he was saying in my head. And here's me like, thanks, Iso. That means a lot to me. I was being down and out about myself and my situation. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm still breathing. Thanks, Iso. You really taught me a lot. Oh, man. But no, like, Iso was just like saying, like, I meant the stream is still live when you were asking if you were still live. Oh, thanks, Iso. Thank you, man. I didn't know whether I was still streaming or not, but you let me know that I was live. And that alone has given me the courage to move on and keep living. I'm such a fucking doofus. Iso also says, also, we can hear your PC fan, which is what I think Concept Sama meant. Oh. Yeah, like I'm going off the laptop's mic, so I'm pretty sure you're going to be hearing a lot of the um, PC sounds, whirrings, and clicks because my other webcam, like I think it went kaput, but I'm gonna have to check it out later. And this was the mic I used all those times ago, and I'll check it out next time to see if it still works because with this whole pandemic going on, my PO still does home visits, but he does them via webcam, and I just show him around my little area, and then he checks it, calls it good. But I had to set this up, and just I thought it was working, but once I did the whole like sweep of my area, like the freaking thing cut out. But yeah, I'll see if it's still working later on. Korvac says, "Can you draw with the blindfold?" Oh no! Holy cow! Corvax is asking if I could draw porn with a blindfold. Um, it's I guess it's possible, but I'm going to go ahead and say no. I mean, technically, like it wouldn't be violating my conditions if I didn't see what I was drawing, right? Oh gosh, what a wacky workaround. Like if it actually took place. Chimichuk says, "Can you still use coffee for money?" Unfortunately, no. Like did set up a coffee account like a while ago, but it proved to be more cumbersome than was worth. Seeing as how coffee is like associated with PayPal, and PayPal hates my fucking guts, and believe me, the feeling is mutual. PayPal is so vindictive about me that they will suspend the account of anyone who tries to send money my way. And I know there was, like, at the time when I had a coffee account, there was another option, like the Stripe option, where it utilized debit or credit cards, either or. But it was just such a cumbersome workaround. Like, not only were there fees, but the wait time to wait for like the transmission of like the initial transfer to the final deposit, it would it would take too long. And then I also ran into issues with Stripe because I think they were more or less another censorious program like PayPal is. Freaking assholes. But there was an issue with like one of the payments that Alistar had sent me, and it never went through, and like they were trying to verify whether Alistar or not was the card holder or something, but it was just like a bunch of issues that we just didn't want to deal with anymore. So I just quit the whole coffee thing because it's just not only cumbersome, but I believe like the payment platforms that they use are just censorious because they're dickheads like that. Jack J says, "I know this sounds odd, but you could continue to draw this kind of stuff with a new name and you don't show your face." That's bold, Jake J, but I don't think I can do that. Not if they want to do a polygraph on me. Like, a polygraph is like a standard procedure to like get off probation, and also to see that you're complying with probation. And if I were to draw sexual content, I'm pretty sure it'd be a red flag or like a blip on my polygraph, even if I were drawing it under a different pseudonym. But, still, I think people could tell. Like, there were people who were able to kind of question whether or not I was like the same artist. Like, I throughout this whole process, when I was when I have all these pseudonyms, like there's me, Johnston Blackhorse. There's Beehawk, who works in furry. There's Natus_01, who is the dedicated lowly artist, and then there was the Rule 34 Rocks pseudonym, who does like a lot of lewd drawings of like existing cartoon characters and video game characters, and like my Rule 34 Rocks content got uploaded to Rule 34, and then there was a comment there somewhere. It was like, oh wow, man, it looks like Natus_01. It's like, oh man, he cracked the code. Oh geez. So you see, like, even if I did draw like under a different name, like people would be able to tell, and I'm pretty sure the people who had enough concern, like the friggin' concerned Karens and other SJW assholes, would like find a way to reach out to any authorities, like, hey, I know this guy's not supposed to be drawing sexualized content, but I just want to make you aware that there's like another artist who came on the scene who's drawing this really obscene stuff, man. It's like raunchy and just like hyper, just like in a way like realistic, the way like Natus_01 used to draw. And I think they might be one and the same artist, so you might want to check on him. You know, just like want to keep things clean. You know, just want to give you guys a heads up. I'm just concerned about assholes like that. But yeah, no, I'm not going to be drawing any sexual content, even if it's under a new name, with me like hiding my face. Because like my face is a hard one to hide, you know. Especially with this luscious mane, which I need to wash, because it feels kind of greasy. Gross. But anyway, that's all the comments that are there, and yeah, I just wanted to update everybody on like where I've been for the last 10 months, and 8 of those months I was without Lappy, and I've just been pretty much here on the reservation the whole time, twiddling my thumbs, just waiting to get back to the internets and getting back to drawing, animating, and all that good stuff. And this is the... What? That's the wrong... This was the storyboard for the animation update video that I was working on. I'm just giving you guys a sneak peek at it, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna finish it now that I've done this live stream video, just updating all of you on what's been going on and what's been happening. But yeah, I feel really down and out about the recent court update, and it sucks that it feels like they're just tightening that noose even more, and they're going to take all of that into consideration after I have a polygraph exam, and once all that checks out, then they'll consider how much to cut my time down by. And with their freaking concerns, like like the 2 images you posted are very like concerning, they're not funny, and man, I was just trying to have some fun, you know, take some liberties with some humor, and just post something that like a lot of my supporters would get a chuckle at. I know a lot of them enjoyed it, but fucking hell, I didn't think it'd get me in trouble. It's fucking stupid. Goddamn the double standard, goddamn the hypocrisy, goddamn the legal system. Just makes me want to... Well, I'm not going to do anything violent, but sure as hell I'm going to pray to have like this pandemic just consume them all. well, what are they gonna do then? Like, oh, like you prayed for bad things to happen to people, and they did happen. We're gonna throw you in prison. Oh, you're a terrible person, rotten hell. No. Yeah, I'm gonna just legit will the virus to just get rid of them. Get rid of this whole fucking thing. Because I'm tired of it. It's like I don't want to like say that I want to do anything violent. You know, like I don't want to, but I understand why some people do snap and commit violence because of all this shit. But I'm just gonna pray to the stars and the moon that please, please let the C virus take out all my enemies. Well, I guess they're not enemies, but they're definitely adverse to my way of expression of art and the way that I feel. And well, again, like I'm getting my feels into it, but you know what? Like I think I'm granted to like let my feels get into it because they're all up into their feels. It's like, oh, we feel you should suffer more punishment because your drawings are offensive and they hurt our sensibilities. And as much as I want to say like, well, I feel that's fucked up. It's like I can't. Otherwise, like, oh, well, you're being combative. So we're just gonna go ahead and just keep you on lifetime supervision. Because though you're following all the rules, like we know your heart and your thoughts aren't conforming to our ideals. Yeah, it's like that's all like court system is nowadays. It's just like you're throwing your feelings left and right instead of being objective about the matter. So it's all just subjective rulings. You know, it's like. Well, I feel he's guilty, so yeah, let's just call it guilty and call it a day. Instead of looking at the objective facts. It's stupid. Okay, Jack J's like says like another comment, maybe change art style? Do people come to ask you every month if you're drawing that kind of stuff at all? I don't think at all they sit around on porn sites looking if the other people are drawing Lily or on a list or not. Well, like, I remember when I first came out, like, it was on a weekly basis that people would approach me online or send me an email just inquiring, like, hey, man, like, I really loved your art, like, fucking, like, the one piece you did, like, and sometimes they'd be specific on what piece that they enjoyed. It's like, the loli was doing this, the loli was doing that, or the loli was wearing this, and, like, the story you had going with this, like really like resonated with my penis. But yeah, are you still drawing that content? I'd like to see if I can commission you. It's like, oh no, man, I can't draw that stuff anymore. The government won't let me draw porn. So no, I'm sorry, dude. I can't as long as I'm on probation. Like, oh, okay, cool, man. Let's like just let us know when you're off probation, and like I'll freaking hire you in an instant. I'll send you all the money that you need to get this drawing done because I really love your work, man. I really dig your art. Man, some of the revealing comments that some of them would say too is just like just affected like the way I thought about my art profoundly. You know, like. There are some people who had admitted, like, if not for my artwork and artists like me, they fear that they would have potentially, like, harmed a child by that point. And it sucks knowing that there are people who admit that they need this visual or artistic outlet in order for them to cope with their feelings of pedophilia, and for them to admit that if this artistic pedophilia, the drawings, if they didn't exist, then they're afraid that they might have molested or raped like an actual child by now. And in a way that does scare me to think that without my artistic assistance, that some of these people might take out their sexual frustration on like another living being, be that like a child or like maybe even a hapless animal. Even though like I'm pretty sure, well, like none of them had like mentioned anything about animals, but then like you hear stories of like people like sometimes that's how people start is with animals. But not only would I get confessions like that, but like I got this confession from like a former victim of child abuse who had been going through therapy for years just to try to cope with like what had been done to her, and she was never specific, and I never bothered to ask to go into any specifics because it's just something that I don't need to really like hear like in depth, because like in some way like a lot of us have been there. Like I know I've been there in the past, and like what's done is done, and if you can move past that, then all good for you. And if you can find a way to just not relive that, then that's even better. And like this chick, like she had admitted to me that like the abuse that she suffered just really made her depressed, and she had made some life choices and like throughout her high school where she started abusing drugs. She was becoming suicidal, and then when she found my artwork, she found a way to like cope with what had happened to her in the past. She had found a way to like self-medicate, if you will, like through my artwork, and just come to terms with the sexual abuse and the emotional trauma that it had left behind. And like she had thanked me for like helping her stop abusing drugs, alcohol, and like found a better way to live without being suicidal. And that really hit me in a way that was just like really unexpected, and I just felt like it was just something somewhat profound, because when I was just drawing these drawings, like I drew them to get myself off and get other like-minded people off, just something like really sexual and pervy that is like considered taboo and naughty, and just they're just fun drawings to create for me, and to just like share them with other like-minded individuals. And I had no idea that there were people out there using it as a coping mechanism. And through my art, it's like they found this whole new form of healing that they just don't allow here in the United States. I mean, I've heard horror stories of like people who are going through treatment with sex abuse counselors and such, that just some of the treatment is just fucking nuts. I mean, like there's this woman, for instance, like her attempt is just to like move past her sexual abuse and just like live her life. And she would get to a certain point where she would be able to cope and just do day-to-day things without having to feel the trauma of the abuse that she suffered on that basis. But every time she would go to her treatment counselor, the treatment counselor would just force her back into that time and space when she was abused, and just make her relive it over and over and over and over again, just as a form of treatment, when that's something that she didn't want to do. She just wanted to move past it. And it's something that like a lot of people have to realize, that like a lot of us have suffered like sexual abuse in the past, yes. And there are two ways you can handle it. Like, one, you could choose to overcome it, acknowledge that it happens, and just overcome the pains and turmoil and emotional scarring that it may have had, and just take it as one of those hardships that a lot of us suffer, and just in a way grow from it, and just keep in mind that there are people like that out there, but you just never bother to like impart that same treatment onto anyone else. So one, like, yeah, you can overcome it, or two, you just let that pain, frustration, and emotional scarring define you. And when that happens, when you let that trauma define you, you never grow beyond that. I mean, you're constantly stuck in that emotional scarring loop. And for a treatment counselor to just make this victim like relive that instance over and over again was just far from helpful. I mean, she acknowledged that it happened. She knows it was like something bad. She knows it wasn't her fault, and she was making steps to move past that. But in a way, I feel it's like mentally abusive. Like if someone wants to move past something and just want to live a life, like, just be supportive in how they're living that life. Like, ask them how they're doing on a day-to-day basis. Like, how's work? How's living? Like, what are your hobbies? This and that. And ask them, like, do they still think about the traumatic event that took place in their past, like, so long ago? But instead of like just analyzing like how well they're doing in life, like, this freaking treatment counselor that this chick was going to kept pounding it back into her, like just tearing her out of her comfort zone and putting her back into that traumatic time and place. And it was, I don't know, like, in the end she ended up leaving that counselor and going with a new one. But yeah, like, you either overcome it and become stronger from it, or you just let it define you, and you just never grow past that. And in the worst case scenario, in that instance, like, you become an abuser. Yeah. But these are like things that I never really thought about when people would come to me with these confessions of like how much my artwork helped them, and how much they needed me as an artist to keep producing this content. And in a way I miss that, because like yeah, I did feel needed, but like it also served like a dual purpose, and just making sure that they had that, like that fantasy, that release in that fiction that my artwork could provide. But now it's just cut dry at the moment, and it's sad. And I hope all these people are coping as best as they can without me. Anyway, back to the comments. Are you on a list or not? I'm pretty sure I am. I haven't bothered to look myself up, because like the whole vanity search I'm afraid of, like with my name being synonymous with all forms of obscene pornography. It's just something that I don't want to risk doing. Jack J also says, I totally respect your choice though, just trying to suggest another idea, or just being a random anon who draws stuff online. Yeah, like people have slid that idea past me, but it's just something that I have to abstain from in order to pass the polygraph test so I can get off probation finally. Chimichuk says, when is your polygraph exam? I have no idea. I was supposed to have it by now, but with the whole pandemic, like, everything has been postponed indefinitely. I haven't had any in-office treatment sessions since this pandemic started, because the governor in where the treatment sessions take place has closed down all forms of like face-to-face therapeutic sessions. So like I can't have a polygraph session like over the phone or through like video chat or whatever. It's like I have to actually physically be there in order to do it. But like things of that nature just aren't being done at this time and space. But I think they're going to try to find like a different polygraph taker who doesn't work with the counselor person, and then they're going to have that and just make sure I've been complying with all the probation standards and restrictions, and then after that they'll consider cutting my time down once everything is taken into account. But I have no idea when that's going to take place. Cat of Nine Tails says, keep fighting the good fight. The justice system is corrupt. Hells yeah it is. Don't I know it? Been friggin' struggling with it for since 2015, about 5 years now. No, 2014, 6 years. Kurovac says you can bet that counselor was beating off to that treatment. Kurovac is referring to the treatment counselor in the story I was relaying, like where that chick like was just trying to move past her like her abusive past, and just trying to get her life back in order, and the counselor kept bringing her back to that time and space, like going over the details. And like I remember the girl like she had to bring her family into it, and like the family members were like saying like, why are you making her relive this thing? And the counselor was like, oh well, it's part of treatment. She's gotta revisit the past in order to get past it. And it was like, what? No, she was already past it. She was already past it, getting back to her life, and now you're just making her relive it over and over again when she's already come to terms with it. Just stop. And eventually, like, yeah, she did get someone else, but Korvax was saying, like, you can bet that counsel was beating off to that treatment. I'm like, you know what? He probably was. I wouldn't put past it, because there's like a whole lot of corrupt people working in the legal system. I mean, fucking like a lot of the prison guards, like a lot of them were corrupt. Like, not corrupt in a sense where they would like deal drugs and such. Like, don't get me wrong though, there were some like that, but they would be given paid leave when they heard there was an inspection coming. But yeah, there are other guards that were the cool guards who didn't like go by the book verbatim. I mean, like fucking like there were guards who knew like there were tattoos going on. Like there were tattoo artists in prison just doing up tats, and there were prison guards who knew this, and they would, sometimes they would just drop by and check out like how a tat was going. And other prison guards who knew, like the same cool prison guards that knew like the inmates who had hot plates that would cook up food in their cells, and they would let them, like once there was like a specific guard or pair of guards on duty, it's like the whole like block would know, and it's like, oh, like, did you hear such and such is going to be guarding us tonight, or like for the weekend? Is like, oh yeah, word, like fucking like, yeah, let's do it up. And for that whole weekend, once those guards were like just watching over the unit, like you could smell like a lot of the good food that was being cooked in some of these cells. But yeah, and then you'd have like the friggin' strict ass like by the books guards that would like fucking like write you up for any like violation, just like, oh, your shirt is untucked, that's a violation, I'm gonna write you up. You get any more write-ups like this, you're gonna be put in the shoe. And the shoe was the special housing unit. But yeah, like there's corruption, and then there was like guys who were just cool and just didn't go by the books and just like let let us prisoners be humans for a while. And those were the really cool guys. And I appreciate those guys for just being there. And I think some of those prison guards became prison guards just so they could give us inmates the opportunity to be human, if not just for a weekend or so. And those are the prison guards that we all respected. And yeah, there were some asshole prison guards, and like it goes without saying that like clique culture is in every facet of society. It's like, yeah, it starts out in high school where it's like, oh, well, you got the drama kids over here, you got the cool kids over there, you got the goths over there. It's like everything is just so cliquey, and then the same thing for in prison. Like, oh, well, you got the Mexican gang members over here, you got the black gang members over there, you got your chomos over there. Chomos are short for child molesters, which they would call the sex offenders. And of course, a lot of us weren't like child molesters. A lot of us were just guys who downloaded child pornography, and that was weird too, because like far and wide, like going through all the prisons that I like hopped through, there were only a handful of actual hands-on child molesters. Like the majority of the prisoners in prison were all child pornography inmates, and I think a lot of the violent gangs had come to realize that, and realize that a lot of the sex offenders weren't actual rapists or molesters. They were just down there. They were just in prison for downloading like very like illegal content, and they would just like either back off or just like not treat them as harshly, because 5 years before I got to the prison I got to, I guess it was really violent until like they started asking questions, and like well, not asking questions, but finding out or getting informed that a lot of the sex offenders they were like really taking the boots to, they weren't rapists or molesters at all. They're just there for child pornography. And then like some of them some of these people, these gang members would like actually come up and admit like, oh man, like fucking, you're just here for pictures, that's it, you never touched anybody, like you didn't diddle any kids. It's like, no I didn't, it's just child pornography. It's like, oh man, like fucking, I'm glad I got locked up for drugs then, because I'd be in the same boat as you. It's like, what? And it's like, for reals, dude, like fucking downloading a bunch of porn, like fucking, like sometimes you come across some kitty images and blah blah blah. It's like, oh man, that's pretty much how some of us got caught up, and like, yeah, like dude, like I'm lucky then. I'm only here for like 3 years for like a drug violation or something. And it's like, and like these guys like come to terms with like, you know what, like a lot of these sex offenders got the really hard side, like the fucking high, hard, bony side of the stick up the ass, like because a lot of these guys are in prison for decades at a time only for child pornography. None of them have ever like molested or raped like anybody. And then a lot of these gang members who are in there for like drug violations just kind of like come to realize like, oh, like a lot of these guys just never actually hurt anybody, and they got like 10 or 20 years. And here I am, this is them like talking, like here I am like as a drug offender, and I got 3 years, and like sure, I thought I had a hard deal, but fucking compared to the rest of these chomos, hate using that vernacular, but compared to the rest of the chomos, man, I got it easy. But yeah, it was a harsh truth, and like that truth has become like widespread over the 5 years before I got there, and all the violence and abuse I thought I would suffer as a sex offender in prison, like I didn't suffer at all. And being an artist was a bonus. Like nobody ever fucked with me, and like pretty much I got along with a lot of dudes and a lot of gang members and whatever. And like some of them like even went as far as to say, it's like, oh, you're an honorary member of like our car or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, that's cool. But it's like, yeah, you're not blooded or anything, but you're an honorary member. And like, oh, thanks, man. Then that warranted me like being able to like get some of the food that they would cook sometimes. But yeah, that was like again like few and far in between, but just I guess like a lot of the violent offenders in prison just have come to acknowledge like, hey, all these sex offenders aren't that bad. They just got served a hard deal. Because like a lot of them did realize like they could have been in the same boat. It's like I've been like some of the other like people like violent offenders in prison who are in there for guns, drugs, and other violence. It's like, oh man, I could have been here. Like I could have been here as a chomo too because I got a girlfriend back home who was 15 years old. It's like, oh damn, that's fucking crazy. But you know, like never named any names or revealed who any of these people are because you know, like even though there's like an allure that you could get your sentence reduced if you turn somebody in for like a crime they committed or supposedly committed. It's like it's not fucking worth it. I mean, like if you snitched on somebody, like, and if you like kept it like on the down low as much as possible, and like the guards had assured like, oh, your anonymity is like your anonymity is secure, so you don't have to worry. You can tell us anything that these guys tell you. Like if they violated, like if you come forward with what they say, like we'll protect you. It's like it's bullshit, man. It's like I said, like there's cliques in all forms of things and like corruption in all facets of like any organization, be that federal, legal, or just gang cliques or whatever. It's everywhere. And like the corrupt cliques of prison guards who knew that you snitched on somebody would go ahead and tell that gang or that gang member like, hey, this dude like ratted on you, man. Like he told like all of your dark secrets that you've been keeping and this and that. Like fucking yeah, like snitching isn't worth it. So yeah, like a lot of these dudes like came up to me and like would tell me like things like how they might be in the same boat and just give me like all these like sometimes even juicy details. Like I would just never like speak up, you know, because like, hey, like I guess I was brave enough to tell you why I'm here in prison, and you're brave enough to tell me that like fucking like you did some fucked up shit too. Like I'm not gonna go out and rat anybody out because at the end of the day, it's just not worth it. Because you'd get sold out either by a fellow inmate or by like a fucking corrupt guard. Because there's corruption on both sides of that fence, and it's just fucking bullshit. And I wouldn't doubt like fucking there are federal agents in Las Vegas where the bulk of my drawings are that have been confiscated. I wouldn't doubt that there's like a federal agent who like go in there every now and then to like peek at the evidence locker where my drawings are kept and just like wax one out. Atara Lynn says, dude, I thought you died. Fucking missed you. Oh, yeah, well, glad to be back, you know. Like, it's been a while since I've made, like, one of these fucking live streams, and I'm enjoying it so far. Like, I've let off a lot of steam. I feel a lot better, like, after, like, explaining what's been going on, what's been happening with me, and just letting everybody know on a wider scale, like, that I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm still kicking, and still going through shit. Yeah, I'm just doing what I can do. Jake J says, I see, so last pestering question on this topic. When you are off probation, you could technically do that, so no one will be giving you any more polygraphs or checkups legally. Yeah, like once I'm off probation, I'm free, pretty much. But I guess I'd be free to like go down to the liquor store in the next town over, because this is a dry reservation. I'd be free to go to the liquor store, buy myself a case of beer and a porno mag, but the courts are considering not cutting down my time for fear that I might go ahead and do that, or for fear that I might go ahead and start drawing pornography, for fear, like they fear of like cutting me loose because they're afraid I might enjoy the freedoms and liberties that I have at my disposal. And how asinine is that? It's like, you're afraid to let me go free because I might be, like, I might allow myself to have the freedom and liberty to have a beer, buy a porn mag, or draw porn. So you're saying you'd be willing to reduce my sentence as long as I didn't allow myself the liberty to express myself sexually. That just hurts my head. It's stupid. Yeah, but I guess technically I could do that, but the courts don't want me to do that, is what they're saying. And yeah, I guess I could draw under a different pseudonym and create a new art style for myself, but that's just something I don't want to do, and it's just something that'd be pretty cumbersome, and eventually it would it would get let out. It's like, oh man, do you know that new artist that has just popped on the scene? I'm pretty sure that's Natus_01, or that's B-Hawk, that's Rule 34 Rocks, that's Johnston Blackhorse. He's got a new pseudonym and he's like friggin' tearing it up. Woo! But no, I'm not going to do that because it's just too much effort. I'd rather be free to be me and just draw without consequence. But the legal system has to change. All these nitpicky SJW assholes have just got to fucking go away. We all have to express our concerns and get the legal system to be more objective instead of subjective when it comes to crime and punishment. Just like focus on practicality instead of principality. Objectively speaking, in the practical sense, is there a victim? Was there physical damage caused to property or person? Was there any theft of property or item of value? And if all answers check no, then was there really a crime committed? Yes, there was, Your Honor. That guy's drawings hurt my feelings. I want him to go to prison for a long time until he learns not to draw things with his artistic styles and whatnot. Oh. I don't know. It's just the legal system and a lot of these laws based on principality. It's like just forcing these moral principles, like you shouldn't do this because it goes against society's thinking of what is proper and improper. It's just stupid. I mean, it's an affront to what this country was founded on. Freedom, justice, the American way, pursuit of happiness, justice for all. When in all actuality, it's the freedoms that the government is going to allow you to have, the liberty to do what the government thinks is acceptable, and justice for the few that can enjoy it, the few that can afford it, I guess. But you know what? That's not even justice. If someone can afford to have a lawyer fight for them and like fight to get them off, like what if like a crime, like what if charges were legitimate and like a dude was just able to buy his way out? That's not justice at all. And like for those who aren't able to afford good representation, afford like a honest like legal counsel to like legitimately fight and argue for him, that's not justice either. It's like everything's just going to shit nowadays. Ian Thompson says, as a longtime fan and former patron, I was super worried about you in jail. I'm glad you were safe. Yeah, I've been safe this whole time, just fucking bored out of my skull, man. And I'll start talking to myself, dude. I'll just start talking to the trees and the rocks and the air, and paint with all the colors of the winds. Oh, jeez. No, I've just been freaking bored out of my skull. Atara Lynn says, that guy gave me a boner and made me question myself, so send him to jail. That guy drew pictures and gave me an awkward boner that I feel very morally wronged by. His drawings molested me. Oh, shit. Ian Thompson says, the kind of girls you draw are explicitly legal in California, so maybe consider moving there once your probation is up. Maybe. Well, like, after probation is up, I'd like to look at sex offender laws and restrictions in some of these states, because unfortunately it's not like a whole umbrella thing where it's like not like one rule goes for everything. I mean, that's why I felt the need to like really get away from Vegas, because in Nevada they passed this law where every sex offender on the sex offender tier, they were bumped up a step. So I was tier 1 and still am tier 1, but in Vegas, in the state of Nevada, they bumped me up to tier 2, just because. There was like really no reasoning behind it. It's just like, hey, let's bump all the sex offenders up one notch, just so we can see if we can violate them. And it's just freaking ridiculous. You know what I think it is, and I know like it's a conspiracy theory on my part, but it feels pretty legitimate. And it happened under Obama's administration. It's like I did enjoy him as a president, but there were like some things I really didn't agree with, and I think there was like an underhanded tactic that happened in the legal system where it just, man, that's fucking shady. That's so underhanded. But yeah, during Obama's administration, the legal system became more lax on non-violent drug offenders. So there was this mass exodus of low-level non-violent drug offenders who were being let loose from prison. But around that same time, sex offender laws had become more strict, and unbeknownst to a lot of sex offenders who were free and clear of the system for years at that point, they had all of a sudden were required to be back on the registry and having to get back on registration and report in or whatever. But the issue is that a lot of sex offenders were unaware of it. And the legal defense at that time, as bullshitted as it was like, oh, well, you were a sex offender. You should know about these laws that change. You should be aware of when we all of a sudden decide to become more strict on sex offenders. You should like have a live feed of every sex offender law that comes across like the tables and the desks of legal authority or whatever. So that's on you. If we decide to change the laws, you're supposed to know about it and comply with it. We don't have to notify you in the least. So at that time, like sex offenders who were free and clear of probation and having to register, and sex offenders who didn't have to register for years because they hadn't violated and just like did their time. With the recent changes at that time during the Obama administration, like all of a sudden those sex offenders who were free and clear were required to re-register, and no one had told them. And when they failed to register because they didn't know about it, they were thrown back in prison. So in order to fill the vacuum of the mass exodus of low-level nonviolent drug offenders who were leaving prison, they had to come up with this quick, skeevy way to fill that void. So what did they do? At the same time, when they came light on drug offenses, they upped the restrictions and the laws pertaining to sex offenders, which helped them fill that void. And nowadays, it's like you kind of see it in the media where like marijuana is becoming legalized in X amount of states, and drug offenders, like their sentences are being reduced. They're realizing that they're creating more issue than solving it with this whole war on drugs. Fucking stupid. So now they're gearing the war on drugs to become a war on sex. And I've ranted about this before. It's like it was like a couple of years ago. I can't remember when exactly, but this is a topic that I had been discussing for a while. And I said back then that they're just going to gear the war on drugs and revamp it into the war on sex. And you can see it in like today's media, where like the whole Me Too movement and like the all these sexual allegations are coming to light, and some of the sexual allegations like are piggybacking on some of the actual victims who have legitimate concerns, and some of these allegations are being concocted by other victims, supposed victims, who are just trying to get like a piece of that pie. And now you're seeing like a lot of things like I see the topic on coming up on YouTube a lot of the time, where like Twitter keeps going on a rampage where like, oh, we gotta ban all sexualized content, we gotta get rid of this, we gotta get rid of that, freedom of expression is gone, freedom of speech is gone, we gotta concern ourselves less about the First Amendment rights and just be more concerned about how people feel. We gotta protect people's sensibilities. It's getting crazy, you know. It's fucked up, really fucked up. And this is stuff like I had been complaining about back then, and now it's becoming a pretty big issue. Like now, the things that I was like worried about in the past and vented my frustrations about, it's coming to fruition. So drug offenses are becoming more lax, and now like people are getting prosecuted over sexual or lewd misconduct based on either what they say or their like own personal actions. Like like things that people do in their private life or things that they do by themselves. Like um, not even with like a partner or like maybe a supposed potential victim. It's like they can take an action on themselves, which would be misconstrued as like sexually provocative and meant to be sexually like what's the word, oppressive in a way, like harassment. Yeah, sexual harassment. That guy's sexually harassing me by dressing like he does when he goes on his jogging runs. I don't feel safe, and it's just, oh god, it's getting worse. Okay, Korvac says they're explicitly illegal in the UK, so don't come here. Yeah, I've been told that like you can't draw lowly in the UK because like it's friggin' crazy illegal. Like the UK sucks. I want to move over to the US. Sucks too. It's getting to that situation, and I think like a lot of the laws that take place in other places, such as Australia and the UK, some of the decency laws and whatnot, like some of these things are just like kind of like a test bed to like, let's see how the laws pan out over there in these other countries, and if they don't get that much flack for it, we're just going to start utilizing it here in the US. Yeah, that'll keep our prisons full, because like the prison system is a for money profit system. It's a for profit market, because the prison system, like a lot of these prisons are privately owned, and they get like a lot of financial backing from the government, and the only way they can do that is to keep the prisons full. And a lot of the politicians are what have you, like they're pretty much in bed with the privately owned prisons. Like they either joint own or they're invested in these prison properties. So they like to keep the laws as strict as they are. Sure, they might be moving from drugs to sex right now, but they're trying to keep the same amount of strict standards in order to keep their prisons full, so they can keep those kickbacks coming, so they can keep their pockets lined, even though like fucking it's just a waste of money. Like, why are you giving money to a corrupt system that doesn't work? I mean, like, the way a lot of these prisons were set up is supposed to like prevent recidivism, but then when you keep making laws on top of laws, and you make recidivism that much more easy to like commit or violate. And like me being in my situation, I didn't know I violated because I was just going by what the courts had said, because they gave me certain leeways in order for me to make a profit, to make a living, to make money, to help support myself. And then they violated me for it. And like all of a sudden, I didn't think I'd be like one of those people like one of those recidivism people, like part of one of those numbers, but then lo and behold, I did become one of those. And now, like from today, if they consider my pornographic word bubble a violation, I'm going back to prison again. It's so fucking corrupt. I mean, hey, I didn't like I didn't molest or rape anybody with my drawings. I didn't, when I downloaded these child pornography images in the first place, I didn't digitally reach out and touch anybody. It's hard when trying to argue the whole victim stance, because yeah, you have to admit there are victims, but then how much does a guy guy or gal contribute to that victimization when they just merely downloaded an image. It's not like they were firsthand abusing the victim. And like the society standards on how child pornography offenses are treated are just in a way that it's hard to make that argument. I mean, it all goes along with that whole like objective and subjective point that I was making, practicality over principality, and like when you look at it, like practically, as things are set now, as corrupt as they are now, like hands-on child molesters and rapists, even those who are depicted like in some of these imageries, like raping or molesting a child, they don't get as much time as the people who just download the content. And that's just fucking bass backwards. Jack J says, that sounds like a good idea, Ian. I think referring to moving to California. Yeah. Dan W., haven't seen that guy for a while, says, aha, here you are. Yeah, catch 22 on the law crap. Yeah, totally. Dan W. says, and it's supposed to be okay for them, laws for thee, but not for me. Yeah, I totally feel you. Ahmed Salih says, I really, really love the way you do that drawing. Thank you, Ahmed Salih. And I know that you have a really, really hard time, but thank you for your work. Yes, it feels nice being appreciated. So thanks to you, Ahmed Salih. I hope I'm saying that name right. Koruvak says, recidivism is the business model. Oh my God. Hit the nail on the head there. Jeez. That's true. Max Sham, I don't know how to say that name. It's an XAM. Max XAM? Maxim Man? Says, heck yeah, you're back. Love you, man. Thank you, Max Ham. Dan W says, how do you victimize pixels? Right. We need a full reset on the legal system. That we do, brother. That we do. I mean, god damn. Like, there was a federal judge who got convicted of child pornography, and due to his advanced age, this was the justification, due to his advanced age, he would not be sent to prison. And he was like 70 or 80 or so. And I was like thinking, that's fucking bullshit, man. Like, I served time with other sex offenders who were in there for child pornography as well, and they were just as old, if not older. I mean, like, some of these dudes were like even falling apart, and it's like, you're not utilizing his age as an excuse not to send him to prison. You're doing it as a fucking goddamn professional courtesy. It's like, oh man, this guy's one of my fellow judges. It's like, yeah, sure, he downloaded child pornography, but I'm not going to send him to prison for 20 years. How would I look to my other fellow guys in the fucking judicial cloth? Like, I'm not going to do that to my brethren. So as a professional courtesy, I'm just going to say, like, hey man, due to his advanced age, I'm not going to send him to prison, because if I did, like, that would just be the end of his life. He would just spend the rest of his life in prison. So fucking goddamn what? Like, you fucking treat other people as bad, if not worse, right? Like sending them to prison and all this shit. And this goes back to that grandfather who was sent to prison over child pornography of his granddaughter. But get this, his granddaughter, there were vacation photos taken by his wife and his daughter, the mother of the child, vacation photos of that girl in a swimsuit, and it was labeled child pornography. And because it was in his house, they sent the grandfather to prison for that supposed child pornography, when it was photos taken by the dude's wife and his daughter, who was the mother of the child, and just like she was just in like a swimsuit bikini, just on a vacation, and there were vacation photos. And this guy was sent to prison, and while he was in prison, he was like doing paperwork and stuff, and like some other inmates rolled up to him and was like, "Hey man, is that like, are those paperworks for your defense?" And he says, "No man, this is my last will and testament, because with the amount of time they're planning to send, their amount of time they're planning to give me, I'm not going to live past that." They were talking about giving him 10 years, and he knew, like, being in the advanced age as he wasn't going to live past those 10 years. So he was taking the time in prison to write his last will and testament to, like, it's fucking bullshit. Like, a federal judge convicted of child pornography wasn't sent to prison because, like, oh, he's advanced age, like, oh, let's feel sorry for him because, like, this guy is so old that if we did send him to prison for this child pornography he was convicted of, that he would never survive past that. But here, like, fucking, I think it was in the same district that grandfather came from, the guy who was convicted of child pornography for, like, vacation photos of his grandchild. And again, they were taken by not him, but his wife and his daughter. And it just pisses me off to no end, because he did file an appeal and they denied his on the fact, now get this, like, on his computer he had downloaded a pornographic movie. And a pornographic movie was of, like, of an 18-year-old, and I think it was, like, labeled as, like, a barely legal teen, whatever, such and such. But the argument was that this man was of such an advanced age that he should not be in possession of legal aged pornography, because the was 18 years old. And that's why they denied his appeal, because they had no legitimate reason to deny his appeal, because all the charges that were against him were fucking bullshit. I mean, they were vacation photos of his granddaughter in a swimsuit bikini at the beach, which were taken, like, the old man's daughter and his wife, like the little girl's, like, grandmother, and they're taken in, like, all forms of, like, innocence, because it was a family vacation and they were just, like, visual keepsakes. But it was misconstrued as child pornography just so they could get another notch on their belt and send him to prison. And here in the same district, like, a fucking federal judge gets convicted of child pornography, legitimate child pornography, and fucking they just let him off with a slap on the wrist. And Falling Cherry Boy says, "Thanks, Obama." Yeah, with that I have to agree with. Like, I thought Obama was okay, but then there were, like, just some policies that I just did not agree with. And reading, like, a lot of these, like, legal changes that were going on, like, I feel like was a very underhanded tactic to just keep the prisons full. Like, no one at the time really put two and two together. And even though I still, like, I know people are going to consider it, like, as a wacko conspiracy theory on my part, but the moment they started getting lax on the drug offense laws, they got way strict on the sex offender laws, just so they could fill that inmate vacuum. And, like, that's dirty ball, man. That's not cool. So yeah, thanks, Obama. Dan W says, "Hey man," and then I don't know what that's in reference to. Oh, I think he's just like saying "Hey man" as a way to like, "Hey, what's up?" Like, when I was saying, "Hey, what's up, Dan W?" Like, how you been? Yeah. Max XM says, as Doug Stanhope said, "Why are child rape and child molestation the only crimes you are not allowed to watch?" Oh no. Ahmed Salih says, "You did amazing job on my name, lol." Oh, cool. Like, I pronounced it right. Awesome. And like, I think that's because like I went, like the last prison I went to, I was with like some guys who were converted Muslim, and they wanted me to do some Muslim tattoos, and like I had to learn like a lot of the Arabic alphabet in order to like do it proper. And what I had learned was like reading through some of this Arabic text and whatever. It's like, oh shoot, they don't read left to right like we do in America. They read right to left. So these Arabic letters have to be read like this and drawn like this, and like it took time for me to like just like really like get a sense of the cultures just so I could do these tattoos proper, because I didn't want to like make like an Arabic tattoo where it just said something like outlandish or offensive and like didn't convey what the guys wanted the tattoo to convey, because though they were converted Muslim, they're not like all up on the Arabic like phrasing and whatever, so I had to learn some of their Arabic alphabet and just learn how to pronounce some of it. But yeah, that was a pretty interesting time. Ian Thompson said, "Yeah, I still have that picture you did at my request with all the ruffles. I love it." I have no idea which one. Oh, wait. Oh shoot! Yeah, I remember a request of that nature. There was like I guess that was Ian Thompson. He wanted me to draw like I had this request to draw an image where like the character was wearing like a dress but with like a bunch of frills and like ruffly stuff. I was like, I've never really drawn something like that before, like all that much. So like I went ahead and drew it, and it came out pretty good. And if this is the same guy, like Ian Thompson says, like he still has it and he loves it. So awesome. Dan W says, "Hey, that's your vultures. That's why vultures don't eat dead lawyers. Professional courtesy." Oh shoot. Dan W says, "Hey Johnston, just an aside, please put your Discord in the description or here in the chat at some point so we can stay in touch. Thanks." I've never really wanted to share my Discord like info because I was afraid of getting swamped, but you know what? Like maybe the time has come to just like just kind of open up a little bit more, just to let more people into my supportive circle and whatever, just so more people can stay abreast of the situation of what's going on with me. Because one of the sucky things that was pretty shitty when I didn't have the laptop for a laptop for 8 months, I was void of any communication to like let people know what was going on. So a lot of people were pretty much assuming like I was dead or I was back in prison. Like there were like some rumors just going around of like like he probably violated again, like he couldn't like not draw pornography or not draw the lolies, lol, like he probably drew up some nasty images and they sent him back in prison. Serves him right, blah blah blah, this and that, just fucking jackasses. But yeah, I was able to keep in contact over phone text message with some of the moderators I have in my Discord and let them know what was going on, and then from there they tried to spread the word. But I think I should, I'm going to test the waters and like let a few people in and let them join the server, just so long as they're cool peeps, and just get a vetting process going, because like that was rough, just people not being informed and just coming to a lot of conclusions that just weren't true. So yeah, I think I might drop my Discord tag in the description after this is done. So anyway, let's see. Korvac says, you do tattoos? Like, well, tattoo designs. I don't do tattoos myself. In prison, there was like one of the tattoo people wanted to teach me how to do tattoos, and like he was getting all the stuff together. He was getting me a car, or that's what they call like the little like machine thing, as opposed to like the car, like the crew you run with. Like I guess like the little machine tattoo gun they call a car on the inside too. But yeah, he was getting a motor together. He was getting a needle together, and I think he had enough ink and like other supplies to just like get me going. And he wanted to teach, but around that time where he was like getting all this stuff together to start teaching me, like I had to transfer units to go to the RDAP unit. And what RDAP is the Residential Drug Abuse Program. And I was going to the RDAP unit to come to terms with my alcoholism, because I'm an alcoholic. And so I transferred over to the RDAP unit, and there was like no bad things that go on there, or there's no bad things that's supposed to happen there. So like, there's no hot plates to where you can cook good food. There's no tattoo guns, so you can't do tattoos. And there's no like running your own hustle, like doing like a laundry service. And like when you go to prison, like one of the first things that you have to do is like you have to figure out like a hustle. Like what a hustle is like a service that you provide to other inmates, where they'll like give you like commissary items such as soups, cookies, candy bars and such. It just kind of like keeps you going, and it kind of gives you like a day-to-day purpose. But you're not supposed to do it in prison. But hustles that people would operate is like the laundry hustle, where inmates would do laundry for other inmates, and they just like have a whole list of clientele, just like be running their own like fucking dry clean service for other inmates, and just like do their laundry and just fucking in and out, day in and day out, just laundry all day, every day. And then other people would have a hustle of like an ironing service. Like, yeah, you'd have your laundry dudes, but then when the laundry was done, it's not like you can take out your laundry like and do like loose laundry. It's like all got to be done in like a bag a lot of the time. But sometimes like once the laundry was done, you like it's still got to be pressed and ironed in order for your uniform to look good. So you have like people who would have an ironing service, and then you had your cell room cleaners, like guys who would offer to clean your cell every like once a week. And my hustle was I would do drawings. I would do hella drawings, tattoo designs, porn drawings. I would draw the sexy ladies for a bunch of inmates, and and to keep myself occupied, I would draw comic strips. But yeah, like I would do tattoo designs in prison, but I never got to tattoo. Like the guy who wanted to teach me how to tattoo just never had a chance to do so, because I had to transfer at that time. So yeah, never got to do tattoos. I do tattoo designs, but I don't do tattoos. And Ahmed Salih says he's pretty amazed, I guess pertaining to like me having to learn some of the Arabic alphabet so I could do Arabic tattoos for like these converted guys who had converted to Islam, or not Islam, what was it? The Muslim faith. Yeah. He says, "Yeah, LOL, you did that amazing work. Mean you're the best." And he's got some Arabic font that I can't read. It's like I can read it if I have like the key to like look off of and see what it says. And Ahmed Salih says, "We understand." He's like, "Cool, awesome." Dan W says, I understand about the Discord. Maybe hit me up on my biz email here. Thanks. Ian Thompson says, I definitely want in on your Discord. Yeah, I guess I'll like drop my Discord tag in the description, and then you can hit me up, and then after I vet you for a while, make sure you're cool, not gonna post anything radical or just be like a nuisance. Like, I'll let you into the Discord server. Ahmed Salih says that thing I really hate is I can't support you, but please tell me if you have something to help you. Oh man. Turn the tides of time, go back to the past and just undo a lot of mistakes. That'd be cool, but no. I think the mistakes I've made have made me the person I am now. Because, back then I don't think I really enjoyed the person I was in the past. So I think we'll just have to keep on keeping on. Cool. General Electric says, he keep drawing lolies? Like, no, I'm not drawing lolies right now. No lolies whatsoever, and no sexual content for that matter. Ahmed Salih says, also you open for commission? Well, I am working through a batch of commissions at the moment, and I want to clear that slate before I reopen for commissions again. But if you follow my, you're going to have to be on Discord, because I'm only doing commissions through Discord at the moment just to test the waters and just to wait until I build my artistic stamina back up. And I'm getting there. Like, I'm almost to the speed and detail I was in the past. So once that takes place, like, I'll probably open on places like Facebook and Twitter. Corvax says, hustle sounds like small business education. Pretty much. Cal Larkin says, hey JB, like, hey, what's up Cal? Hope you're doing okay. Cal Larkin had a bit of an incident like a little while ago, and I had to. He had a. Well, I don't want to go into too much detail because like it's probably something personal that he wants to just get over himself, and just got his hands pretty bloody, and it sucks. So I hope you're doing well, Cal. Hope you're healing up. Corvax says, at General Electric, no, he is not drawing lolies. No, yes, I am not drawing lolies. Max Exam says, now that you're out, you could learn how to tattoo. I think you would be an awesome tattoo artist. I hear it's great money if you play your cards right. Yeah, I might, but in order to become a legitimate tattoo artist and do everything on the straight and narrow, just you got to do the whole apprenticeship and whatnot, which costs money that I don't have at the moment. General Lecture says, how about lolies wearing bikinis? Nothing sexual. No, like the place I'm at now, like I thought I knew what was and wasn't sexual, but there are things that I've been drawing that the courts here just do not agree with whatsoever. And freaking fly. And as things go, just I'm restrained from drawing anything remotely erotic. And that's hard because like eroticism is just one of those things where it's like in the eye of the beholder. And some of the stuff I don't believe is erotic, but then recently I got tagged for drawing these like little comic images, these joke images, and like the images themselves weren't sexual or erotic, but the word bubbles were. So I'm in a little bit of hot water for having pornographic word bubbles, if that means anything to you. Like that should convey or illustrate how strict they are with me here. So if I can't draw like pornographic word bubbles or word phrasing, it's like, what can I do? Like, holy shit. Like, if I know my sexual drawings could get me in trouble, but I had no idea, like, sexual words or phrasing could get me in trouble. And it's just like, fucking hell, if I'm not allowed to talk, like, Jesus goddamn Christ, like, what the hell am I allowed to do? It's like, I'm not allowed to do anything, more or less. Like, if they expect me to, like, just reconfigure myself and in essence just not be me anymore. It's like, on like a personal level, like when I'm palling around with like a couple friends, and in my private time, like I'm a very rude, crass, and vulgar individual. And when I'm dealing with like court authority and my probation officer, I know to like keep things on a very neutral and general, like on a general level, to not be crass, not be sexual, not be like offensive in any way, type or manner, because like I have to hold myself in a professional manner in order to like just show that I'm not trying to be combative in any sort of way. But then when I'm in my, I guess, private time, when I'm trying to like pal around with like some of my friends or like my fans or whatever, and just like toss them a bone to like, hey, here's a joke image, just like to just make the time go by and just like help me cope with all the bullshit that I have to deal with. It's like, oh no, you can't write that. That's sexual. That's a step in the wrong direction. You can't be overtly sexual whatsoever. It's like I'm not drawing it. This is just a word bubble. Like I thought it was a joke. Like I was just trying to have some fun. Like with all the fucking restrictions I have to deal with. I mean, like fucking I can't write something as a like just being like sexually humorous as a whole tongue-in-cheek thing in light of my current situation. I mean, it's just fucking stupid. Corvac says, pornographic word bubbles sounds like a punk band name, but a bullshit reason for anything legal related. Yeah. Ahmed Salid says, to be honest, I really hope your life is going to be better. Like, so do I. He also says, because you help me with my drawings. Like, oh, cool. Like, fucking kick ass. I'm just glad even though I'm going through these hardships, it's just like really nice to hear like how I'm still able to help out people in a certain way, just like either with artwork or just helping them cope with situations. And I don't know, it's like just being able to converse with like the fan box that I have at my side, and just like when I'm feeling down and out and just like unsure of myself, like I have like a group of like fans who are just cheering me on. It's like, yeah, you know what we're doing, Blackhorse. Like, I know things are rough, but we're in your corner, man. Just like keep fighting the good fight. And, like, we know you can get through this. Just get through this time, and then you can be fucking free, and we can hang out and have some fucking ribs and chill and shit. Like, yeah, that'd be pretty darn cool. But like, with the way things are right now, I just have to be so guarded. I have to be so calm and reserved, and just like I said, they just don't want me to be me. They don't want me to express myself the way I feel, or just express myself in any sexual manner whatsoever, because like they consider me a goddamn risk to society. Like with the way I draw, it's like they hold my drawing up as a literal threat to the population, and it's just, I feel somewhat kind of like thinking like, hey, that's kind of cool to like know that the government considers my artwork as somehow threatening in nature. But it's kind of stupid that I have to suffer through all this just because they fear what I'm able to produce with pen, paint, pencil, and paper. And now they're just, they don't want me writing anything sexual. Like, fucking, like, what the hell am I supposed to do? Oh, God. Dan W. says, once again, can't be sexualizing those poor innocent pixels. What a mess. General Electric says, you once said that you must pay to police for monitoring your internet. So answer us, are the cops watching the streaming right now? It's like, I think they are. I mean, like, fucking, they're having me pay out of pocket. Like, I was given a receipt for like $200 and some odd to pay for the monitoring system. So I think they're monitoring me right now. But I don't know. But in Vegas, I didn't have to pay for monitoring because I think it was in a way that I had signed the paperwork for that, and I signed it under duress, and I guess I'll just have to sign it the same way here. Because when they give you paperwork to sign to monitor your internet, and if you sign your name as you do, like, sign legal documents, and if you sign it as is, the way you just sign regularly, you're agreeing to them intruding on your privacy. You're agreeing to them to, like, monitor everything that you do on the internet. Like, you're saying, like, I'm okay with this, you can monitor my internet, this and that, and you can charge me for it. Like, I'm okay with you monitoring my internet, I'm okay with, like, with you charging me for it, and I agree to pay you that money. But when I was given that paperwork in Vegas, I signed it under duress. And the way I signed it is like Mr. Johnston Blackhorse. I didn't even do the cursive thing that I do. Like Mr. Johnston, you know, Blackhorse, VC. And VC is like legal term for the Latin legal term, like via crucis, meaning by way of the cross. Is like I signed this document by way of the cross, you know, under duress, because, like, even though I don't agree with it, I'm being forced to sign it. Otherwise, my liberties are going to be taken away. Because, and this is part of the whole, I think it was the Geneva Convention or the, like, humanitarian rights. And it was decided on by the United Nations back in 2016 that the internet and access to the internet is a basic human right, because the internet is like included in all facets of life nowadays. So let's be honest. And with being the internet being considered a basic human right, they can't restrict me from the internet. But if I don't agree to them monitoring my internet, they'll take my internet away, which is a human rights violation. So they can't really legally take my access to the internet away unless I'm violating, which I'm not. So the way I did it was like I signed the documents under duress. It's like I don't agree with this in the lease because I'm being forced to sign away this right, and so they still monitored my internet back in Vegas, but they never let me pay for it. Like, I paid like $10 at the most, which is the most I was able to pay at the time. And then afterwards, it's like, okay, you don't have to pay for it anymore. But I'm wondering if it's because I signed it under duress that they legally can't charge me for it. So I might just do the same with the monitoring system here, that when I do sign those documents, I think I already did sign those documents. I signed them under duress. That I agreed, like, more or less, I'm being forced to agree to go along with this. And I know, like, part of the whole system is that if you don't pay for the monitoring device, then they'll just take your device away, which, again, is a human rights violation. You can't take away my access to the internet because, you know, like, I need it to survive in today's day and age. So, like, human rights violations is like you need to, like, give people access to water, food, clothing, place to live, and just nowadays, like since 2016, like the internet has become part of that. So they legally can't take away my rights to the internet, and I don't think they can legally charge me, because if I don't pay, they're saying that they'll take away my internet. So if I don't pay, they'll violate my human rights, even though I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. So I think I'm pretty sure I've signed those paperwork, but if I have to sign it again, I'll just again sign it under duress. It's like I'm being forced to comply with this, even though I don't agree. So yeah. Oh wow, there's like a lot of. I was thinking about wrapping this up pretty soon, but like I keep getting these comments, and like people are jumping in saying hey and just like saying more things. So here we go. So that was an answer to General Electric. Following Cherry Boy says, try drawing religious figures to get on their good side. Should work. But I so don't want to draw religious figures. It's just not where my passion is. And hell, if there's like any money in it, I wouldn't know where to sell it. Do you want to draw? Do you want to buy my Jesus pic? I drew some Jesus fan art. Oh no. Why did I say that? That's all like Jesus portraiture is nowadays, isn't it? Isn't it just Jesus fan art? Never thought of it like that until just now. Do you want to buy my Jesus fan art? I made my own Jesus OC. Oh God. No. Dan W says, at General Electric, most likely so, not a good idea to push the lol thing. Skullhead just jumped in the chat, like, what's up, Skullhead? Skullhead says, hey, JB is back, long time no see, glad to be back, glad to be seen. MaxXM says, their drawings and words, how could they hurt people and be illegal? They're just ink. Damn the law. Yes, damn the law to hell. Dan W says, gotta duck out for now. YT stream is killing my poor old iMac. Back later. Take care, Johnston. Talk soon. Awesome. Peace out. I'll leave my Discord tag in the description when I'm done. Ian Thompson says, despite having limited experience with both, I do know that probation is easier than prison. You can get through this. God, but in prison I can draw all the porn I want, which I did, which is the porn they confiscated back in Vegas. I don't think they know that. Like, all the pornography that they confiscated in Vegas and sent me back to prison for was pornography that was drawn in prison. So once I got sent back to prison, I just drew more pornography. But I think, yeah, like, the opportunity to be in this program and get off probation sooner is a lot better than prison. And in prison, the only highlight I would have would be just the ability to draw porn again, which is something I do miss, because it's just easy to draw and just makes me more money. But yeah, that would be the only highlight of prison, of just being able to draw porn. Sugar Smear, what's up, Sugar Smear? It's been a while. It says, hey, hope you're doing well. We're living in some bizarre times. Hells yeah, we are. You know, like, friggin' first the pandemic happened, and now I might be going back to prison over pornographic word bubbles. It's crazy. General Electric says, I wonder if Shadman had the same legal problems for drawing lolis. I have no idea. I hope Shadman's still sticking in there, though. Yes, unfortunately he did. Oh, damn. Both in Switzerland and in America. Well, fucking hell. Cat of Nine Tails says, these regulations are so BS. I can smell it from here. Yeah, you can smell it through the freaking internets. It's wafting through the internet as we speak. Cherry Boy says, lol, probably not. I think he only got social heat, but nothing legal. I think that's what I had been relayed, all that information. Scarlett says, in Switzerland, however, he turned himself in. Oh, damn. Cherry Boy says, damn, that's rough. Abelius says, yo, JB, will the stream be archived? Because I missed most of it. Yeah, I think it's being archived. Like, once it's done, like, it'll post on my channel. Cherry Boy says, but it's been a long stream. It's been longer than I intended. I only intended to do like a quick, maybe 20-minute like update and just, I'm just going off on this rant and just like saying what's up to people who are chatting in the chat box. And Abla says, "Yo, JB, the stream be." Oh, I already read that. Cherry Boy says, "My own Christian OC, my own Christian OC." Will you buy my Jesus fan art? And I have him slaying dragons with my original Christian OC. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna get such flack later from the Christian community. I bet. I hope not. Oh well. General Electra says, if cops are reading this, hashtag Blue Lives Matter. Yeah, I think some of them do. Oh God, you guys know how I feel. Like, some of them are okay. Like, freaking, my PO now is the coolest PO I've had throughout this whole process. My other POs are just, they've been fucking shit. Even, like, my first one was just fucking bullshit, man. Like, he judged me on his own high moral religious values. Like, when introducing himself, he felt the need to introduce himself as like a Christian man with a Christian family. He's like, fucking dude, like, I didn't ask, you know, like, of course I didn't tell him that. Just thinking in my head, like, fucking, that's none of my business and none of my concern. Like, fucking, if you're Christian, that's cool on you, but don't bring that Christianity to your job. And, you know, just like fucking leave it at the door. And I think that's one of the main reasons that, you know, I just really ticked him off, because he was of the mind like, oh, drugs, like, this shouldn't exist. It's like, fucking, your high ideological standards shouldn't exist, because it's a separation of church and state. Like, if you're bringing your high church morals to like this legal matter of him being a PO and just judge me harshly on his Christian values, I mean, like, fucking go fuck off, man. You don't belong in this country. Like, we have the freedom of religion, but we also have the freedom not to be ruled by religion, hence the separation of church and state. Now, when a PO brings his high religious values to his job and rates everybody, like all of his probationees, by that religious standard, I mean, like, that fucking dude should just fuck off and get shit canned. I mean, just should be judged by what it says, like in the legal paperwork, not by like, oh, like, find these drawings highly offensive and pornographic. And I think that guy had it out for me, like, since day one. Like, the guy was a fucking asshole. And I'm swearing more nowadays. Get the hell out of here, fly. Anyway, yeah. So, I think some Blue Lives Matter. But through my experience, like, a lot of them have just been assholes. And I could care less about their lives, because they've done so much to dehumanize people, and I've seen that firsthand, and like, I have firsthand experience of that. And the dehumanization is just, oh man, it just fucking sucks. So, yeah, some blue lives matter, but not all of them do. Like, as far as I'm concerned, some of them can just suck on a fucking tailpipe for all I care. And and in my opinion, like fucking save humanity for the humane. Like these high moral assholes that have their fucking just ideology and moral values and just treat people like me like shit and dehumanize people like me like almost at every turn. Like I've though things are really strict here, like I feel like I've been treated more human than I had been in Vegas, and it's a weird trade-off. In Vegas, I had more ability to draw like erotic content, but not pornographic content, just to make ends meet. But I was, I felt like I was constantly like being berated, treated like a second-class citizen, and just dehumanized, especially by that first fucking asshole probation officer I had. But here in Utah on the reservation, I feel like I'm being treated more as a human. I'm like being given like humane respect, which I really do appreciate. But the trade-off in like not being able to draw like erotic content whatsoever is just a really sucky trade-off. It's conflicting. This fucking fly. Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to do my stream. Oh, God damn it. Get away from my drink. Get away from my coffee. Get away from my soda. Get away from my face. Stupid fly. Okay, Max XM says, could make a campaign for people to crowdfund the cash you'd need to learn tattooing and buy ink and machines. I would donate and many others would too. Please don't deny your awesome art to the world. Maybe I should just like open up my own like desolate tattoo parlor out in the middle of the desert. It's like you hear about this like renowned tattoo artist who like works off of the reservation, but in order to get there you have to traverse like through the desert, over these dirt hills, the dirt roads and whatever, and then you'll know it when you finally see his cabin, like betwixt these rocky knolls on top of this mesa, and it says on his cabin, "Love Shack." That's where you'll find this renowned isolated tattoo artist. I don't know. I'm just freaking going off the cuff here. But yeah, that would be interesting. Ahmed Salih says, okay, this is the last one. I will say, take care of yourself, bro. You are an amazing dude. I hope you have a wonderful life. Fucking awesome. Thank you, Ahmed Salih. You too. Peace be with you. Skullhead says, hopefully you are able to get back to drawing whatever you want soon. Yours were always some of my favorites. Oh, God. I hope so too. Someday. Maybe sometime this year. I don't know. Here's hoping. I have no idea. The Cherry Boy says, actual Christians should only forgive and love their enemy, not whatever goes today. Yes. If more Christians would hold those values like more true to their heart instead of being, I don't know, like the xenophobic bigots that they're being nowadays. It's like the only reason like people present themselves as Christian nowadays is to like kind of like hold themselves up to like a high pedestal. Like they somewhat say it as a way to like say that they're above you somehow, and it just like kind of comes off to me as somewhat kind of trashy. It's like the way they say it and present it, and like that's just the way it comes off. It's like I'm Christian. I am a I am a high-standing Christian person. And I don't know. It's like if people like practice more of the what Cherry Boy is saying is that the whole love thy enemy, forgive, and just I think things would be like a little a more tolerant place than all the intolerance that's going on. Oh. Abilius says, that's the problem for some. Work is work. I don't need... I lost the... Where is it? Where'd it go? Oh, work is work. I don't need to hear about Mormonism unless MILFs are involved. Oh, man. MILFs. Max6M says, blue lives may be assholes, but asshole lives matter. Yeah, asshole lives matter. That I agree with. I know some pretty decent assholes myself. You know. Not saying I'm an asshole, like I'm more of a dick. Like I like to be dickish in nature and just yeah. I was trying to go somewhere with that, but just lost my train of thought. Chimichuk says, wait, that didn't come out right, lol. Chimichuk says, snatched by FBI. I don't know what Chimichuk is referring to. General Electric says, hint, the fly is is an undercover cop. I think I flicked that fly away. I was able to flick that fly to oblivion. MaxXM says, yours are among my favorites too. I honestly don't think you're any less talented than the legendary Nishi Iori. For me, Nishi Iori, Hoshino Fuuta, and you are the big three. I'm not exaggerating. I appreciate that, and I wish I knew like these artists' work. Like back in the day, I did like peruse through and collect like a lot of like Lolicon artists' works and materials, but I never bothered to learn their names. And it's just something with me. Like if I see a drawing or painting I enjoy, like I'll save it, but I'll never go out of my way to find out who the artist is. Same thing goes with me for music. Like I'll hear music on the radio or on TV or whatever, and I'll like really like latch on to the songs. Like, oh, I really like this song, but I never bothered to figure out what. Sometimes not even bothered to figure out what the name of the song is, and nor would I go out of my way to like find out who the artist or the band name is. And it's just one of those like weird habits of mine. But anyway, Imaginary Toast, what's up? Hypocrite, you want to be more like a Christian. Love your neighbors. Yeah, it's like all this hate stemming from like some people have toward other faiths or non-faiths, and like a lot of people like believing like, oh well, like things would be better if you believed like me. If you had my same faith, then the world would be a much better place, and God damn you to hell. Like the stuff you're doing is a moral sin or is a mortal sin. Blah blah blah, this and that. And it's like there's no like love thy neighbor or turn the other cheek type of thing that they always like teach. Like all that has gone to the wayside, and it's just a bunch of xenophobic bigotry where they try to shame everybody into believing as they believe, to stand on their hill. If you don't stand on their hill, then you're like a godless heathen that needs to suffer and burn in hell for all eternity. And it's just like, fucking, that's what you see in like a lot of the present day culture and in politics. And it sucks how a lot of things in politics are being driven by religious values. Like all these politicians, like one of the first things they'll tout is like, "Oh, I'm a good Christian man," or "I'm a good man of faith. I come from like a good Mormon family or a Christian family. Oh, I'm a devout Catholic, this and that. So that means like you should vote for me because I'll give you all the laws that you want that adhere to those values." And I think that's just fucking bullshit. I mean, we have separation of church and state for a reason. When you argue for laws and legal change to conform more to like a religious beliefs, then you're just like it goes against everything that this country was supposed to stand for. And I do appreciate the freedom of speech, and I do appreciate the freedom of religion, and we're allowed to say and believe as we do. But then when you start like enforcing laws that are based on your belief, like do you start having like these faith-driven laws that encroach on your expression of speech, your freedom of speech, and just other constitutional violations. And it's a thing in this country where we have the freedom of religion, but because of the separation of church and state, we're free to not be ruled by religion. When politicians allow religious faiths and arguments to decide what they put into law, then we're just being ruled by religion. And I thought that was like something that the forefounders were trying to get away from. That's like one of the things I believe they were trying to get away from, is get away from all the religious persecution and have a country that was just founded on freedom and liberty, pursuit of happiness, justice for all, and to pen up the Constitution to like give people the ability to speak their mind, to have that freedom of speech, and to have people observe and respect their religion and their fellow man's religion, and to not be ruled by the religious dogma or indoctrination that was so prevalent in in the past, from coming from other countries. I mean, can't we just like leave religion at the door, or just observe it in church? I mean, like all these values and morals are great to live by, but then when you start enforcing laws and making people by law believe and live as you do, it's an affront to like everything that this country was supposed to stand for. Yeah, I said it. Leave your faith at the door. You know, you're free to have it. Just stop forcing other people to believe as you do. Otherwise, this just isn't America anymore. And I don't believe it has been for a very long time. Make America great again. Counterpoint. America has never been great. Since its inception, there has always been a form of like a racial discrimination and systemic oppression, like since this country was founded. Like, sure, like it all means good, but there's always been like a group or certain like people in this country that has been oppressed and violated in some form or manner, just simply because they weren't seen as people. So with that systemic racism like just being present since inception, it's just been carried on all throughout these years. And when Trump started making the bold claims of making America great again, is like, got me to wonder, like me being an ethnic person and being like a Native American, when has America been great? You know, there's always been some form of oppression, either based on race, creed, or gender. And I think America has a lot to make up for if it wants to make true on the promises that it gives all of its citizens. But anyway, moving on. Skullhead says, one does not truly love God when one holds hatred for their brothers and sisters. Yeah, that rings true. Korvac says they do it because believing they are better puts them above others, which is the exact opposite message Jesus sent. No wonder that the prosperity doctrine is thriving in the U.S. Yeah. Korvax goes on to say, everybody gangsta until their asshole stops working as intended. Imaginary Toast says, dude, talk about valuable things. I like your drawings. Okay, yeah. General Electric says, not everyone that saith unto me, Lord, Lord shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Matthew 7:21. Yeah. Not sure I read all that properly. It's been a long day. I didn't get much sleep last night. I was staying up late working on commissions, but yeah, I think that's a good quote or verse. Max XM says, libertarian thought, individualism, and incentivized positive social action are the only hope this world has, if it indeed has still hope. Yeah. Skullhead says, anyway, JB, I'm going to head out. Hope to see you more and more active from here on. Me too. So let's kind of wrap things up here a bit. It's been a long day, and didn't get the news I was hoping for. I was hoping to get like a definite cutoff date for my probation, but that didn't happen. So I'll just draw like a little caricature of myself in the mood that I feel. No, excuse me. Max Ixum says, love your hair too. Thank you. Been growing out this whole time. The last time I cut it was back in 2015, 6 years ago, before I went to prison. I haven't cut it since. Or did I? No, I don't think I did. I was getting confused with the last time I shaved. The last time I shaved was back in 2017 or 18, I believe. And the last time I shaved was like for like a court appearance to like see if the drawings that I drew back in prison were a violation. And yeah, they were seen as a violation. They sent me back to prison. And ever since then, it was like, fucking, why the fuck am I trying to put effort into my appearance? It's like I put effort into my appearance to just like seem like, look, I'm not a bad guy. It's like they were just drawings, and you guys gave me leeway to draw pornographic content just so long as it wasn't based on actual people, which I did. You know, it's like I drew these drawings just off the top of my head. There was no actual people involved, so like, what's the deal here? And they just sent me back to prison. And then afterwards, like, it was like, fucking, why the hell do I put any effort into my appearance? Why shave anymore? And that was the last time I shaved. So I was like, fucking fuck this, man, fucking hell. The situation being as frustrating as it is, I'm not allowed to draw erotic content, and apparently I'm not allowed to write sexualized content. It's like, am I going to get violated for swearing? Like, I've already sweared up a storm in this freaking stream alone, just venting my frustrations. And it's fucking stupid. Because, like, the word fucking is like, would I be violated for just making that swear? Because, like, fucking, yeah, it's a swear, but it's in reference to the sexual activity of fornicating, of putting the penis in vagina. That's fucking. I mean, like, I didn't mean to cause a stir by drawing these, like, little funny blurbs, because, like, to me they were funny, but to the courts it was none appreciated. It's stupid. Max XM says, "Peace, bro. Hope 2021 is a great year and things go great for you." Thanks, Max. Like, hope it's great for all of us. General Electric says, I hope you see you at CO draw threads at 4chan. I'm afraid to go to any like online message boards. It's like, as far as messaging goes, like Discord is as far as I'll take it, because I can oversee what's posted there, and I have a dedicated, like, a couple of moderators who adhere to, like, the posted rules. But going to other message boards is just kind of scary for me, because, like, I'm not in charge of other people who post, and, like, other people could give less of a shit of my restrictions. So, like, even if I were to go to one of these, like, Chan websites and make my own thread that I moderate, like, other people are gonna post shit just to shit post. It's like, oh man, like, you're not allowed to see pornography, huh? Like, oh, what about this? And then, like, dude, like, posts, like, an image of a chick with, like, huge ass, like, chesticles, and being railed by like a long dong, and then, like, the guy says, like, oh yeah, like, I just violated your probation. I hope you enjoy prison, douche. I'm trying to guard what I say. Sorry, not too offensive to people, but what do I care? Jesus. And then General Electric goes on to say, there you can draw lit SFW lolies. like SFW, for like safe for work lolis, but I'm just gonna refrain from drawing lolis in general because, again, like I can't help if people see my art as sexually charged, even though I don't intend them to be. Here I'm drawing myself at at a desk. This isn't my desk. This is too low to be my desk. My desk is more like chest level. Get my hair in there. Get that sad, disappointed face because boo, I didn't hear the good news that I wanted to hear today. Now I'm just being a freaking dick to myself. But you gotta poke fun at yourself. But I gotta be careful of that. I poke too much fun at myself, I could violate my... That's totally not coming out the way I intended. But yeah. Something just drawn up as I thought would be a funny joke for me and my buckaroos is a potential probation violation in the court's eyes. And that just sucks. So I could probably just get in trouble for saying stuff that is just too far off the cuff. General Lecture says, "Where's the fly?" Yeah, the frickin' fly that's been buzzing around my face, been trying to swat away. There it is. There's the fly. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. It's like a very, very provocative, like flamboyant sexual fly. It's like even I'm making flies sexual now. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. I can't stop. Can't stop, can I? 'Cause I'm too legit. Too legit to quit. Too legit. Too legit to quit. Maybe I wonder if I should... I was thinking about going in with like black lines now. Or just keep this a blue pencil sketch. 'Cause I'm feeling so blue. Boo-hoo. Boo-hoo-hoo. I just want so much to be released and just free to express myself artistically without being criticized or imprisoned. Fucking hell. General Electric says gut. I don't know what that means. Oh shoot, someone's been texting me. Alistar Dreamer says this was once the land of dreams. Now these dreams have turned to greed. In the midst of all this wealth, the poor are left to help themselves. A capitalist's democracy. Why no one said that freedom's free. Lady Liberty rots away. No truth, no justice. The American way. Damn. Too true, Alistar Dreamer. Oh. And Alistar Dreamer's feeling down. I didn't mean to make her feel down. I'm sorry. But I do feel better after venting all of this stuff. And I know I've relayed like a lot of things that I'm frustrated about. And I know it makes other people frustrated because they hate seeing me go through this. And several of you have expressed that and just wish me all the best. And we all wish that I could just fucking get off this probation, get off these restrictions. Man, but like this is just something that I guess we're all suffering through in a way. It's like, yeah, I'm taking the brunt of it, but like everything that I'm going through is just causing a lot of undue and unwarranted fear and panic in like the other artist communities, and it just sucks that we're all having to go through it. Korvac says, "Was ist Gott?" I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't know what he's saying. Was ist gut? Oh! General Electric is saying gut for something. Oh, probably like the sexual fly I was drawing. I'm going to draw some rockin' ass tits on this fly. Yeah! It's going to be a Rule 34 fly with big, sopping, wet titties just drizzled in all bunch of freaking fly ejaculate. I'm not, no. I'm just venting more frustration because it's just dumb. And Korvac says, is asking General Electric, was ist gut? Yes, General Electric, was ist gut? Was ist gut, General Electric? Ist mein Dibujar? Spanish. I went from German to Spanish. Ist mein Dibujar gut? Lizendi says, it's no shitty that this is still going on. It's so shitty that this is going on. Right with you, Lizendi. Abilis says XD. General Electric says he didn't what? I don't know. Oh god. I was like talking about making Rule 34 fly porn. And Korvac says, is maggot porn lowly? I couldn't even imagine how to draw a sexualized maggot. General Electric says he didn't drew the fly. Now he drew the fly. Now the draw is gut. Now that I drew the fly, das ist gut. Me dibujar ist gut. I keep switching from German to Spanish. Lizendi says underage fly not allowed. And Nutsdough says, it's always nice to see you, JBK. Yeah, it's always nice being seen. Thanks. Nutsdough. Nutsdough. And Nutsdough is like asking, and there are Germans here? I guess so, maybe. General Electric says gut, and Korvac says was ist gut? He's asking. But they're talking about the fly that I was drawing. This epic fly. Okay, I think I'm pretty much done with this sketch. You know what? I'll save it later. Let me make a new document. Try to turn this into a draw stream instead of the outright depressing and oppressive fucking update stream that's been this way. Any idea what I should draw? Dan W says, "Whew, back finally. Firefox was eating my system's brains. He was correcting himself. Firefox was, wait, no. Phew, back finally. Firefox was eating my system's brains. Had to find a solution, even if temporary." Oh, cool. Nutsto gives smiling eyes. General Electric says, "Nein!" Korvac says, "Ich sehe bei YouTube nur 20 Leute. Also, nehme ich an, dass da nicht sehr viel..." I can't read German. I don't know what they're saying. General Electric says, "Ja." And I guess in agreement with whatever Korvac is saying. Netsto says, also du bist schon mal einer. I have no idea. Und du ach, es sei denn du bist ein Usi. Usi sounds vaguely like pussy. Cherry Boy says, Baranchis. Netsto says, Nein, ich bin Deutsche. General Electric says, Die Pepperin Jude. Die Paperin Jude? I have no idea. I'm probably butchering it. Anyway, sketch another thing. Let's just draw us like a standard heroic posed figure, shall we? Now I'm going to be drawing of all things a male figure. Oh, heaven forbid. Just to stay. I thought. Flies back. And let's see. Things going on. Lizendi says, draw a 40-year-old Amish housewife, the least sexual the thing I can think of. Korovak says, turns out there are 2 Germans here. That's all the German chat was about. Holy shit. Jason says, holy shit, you're back! Heart. Oh, he gave me a heart. He loves me. Sorry. And Netsto is laughing. General Electric says, Katz er pedos. Oh, Dan W says, der audition floggers are taken over der Chattenrieten. The audition floggers are taken over der Chattenrieten. Netsto, you're better than most Americans at German pronunciation. Yes! Kovac says Deutsch. Sweet. I got a compliment at my German pronunciation. Apparently I'm better than most Americans. Maybe I can move to Germany. Oh man. How are German laws pertaining to Lolicon content and sex offenders? Just asking for a friend. Okay, back to this figure drawing. You son of a bitch, pussy clown, dildo fly. Okay. Now if he's going to be in a heroic pose, I had his head down, but I'm going to draw his head kind of up and to the right, like this way. And of course he's got to be like kind of showcasing his muscles with a heroic stance, because he's trying to intimidate all the women. Man, like there have been just like so many YouTube videos where it's like all this like freaking gender identity politics and whatever. I mean, it's like just arguments of just like men are toxic just for being men. They're toxic for just showing off their masculinity because they're more muscular and blah blah blah, this and that. It's like, oh man, like after 8 months being without a laptop, like it's come to this. Like, what's going on? Like fucking shit being thrown left and right everywhere. Netster says Germany is more liberal when it comes to art, so as long as you don't draw forbidden symbols. Ah, I get you. Maybe my friend should move to Germany and learn some of the Deutsch. Ah, Guten Tag and all that. Yeah. General Electric says, draw SS Loli. Oh, God. Nutsto, how about that German RPG pedo video game? Oh, jeez. A role-playing game pedo video game? There is such a thing? Korvac says, German Loli laws are difficult. It depends if the imagery is considered not realistic. My drawings aren't considered too realistic, right? Or does it have to be like straight up cartoony? SS is straight Shoda. Oh! Oh wait, Max XM is asking, is SS straight Shoda? Nutso says, yeah, I remember at General Electric. General Electric says, Nazi SS. I should draw Nazi SS Loli, General Electric is saying. And I'm going to have to say 9? I'll draw 9 of them? No, not any. Not any. Korvac says, so Quizzicax would be in a major trouble, but most Loli artists should be okay. Nutsto is adding, or General Electric is adding Nutsto, says yes. I guess pertaining to that Loli RPG game. Dan W's Vitamate or something. Oh, Dan W's like saying I should draw Vitamate? I don't know. General Electric says, how the fuck do you reply to another person in this chat? I guess you just at them. That's all you can do. Max Sham says, you should move down here to Chile. We're not a first world country, but our laws allow for many freedom of expression to be protected. Of course, Max XM is from Chile, but I'm giving him like a Russian accent or something. It's been a while since I've broken out my funny accents. Okay, back to this drawing. I think I should give him a wider stance. Like, looks like he's just standing there with his, like a tight butthole, just making it ever tighter, just like trying to turn coal into diamonds with his sphincter. I am Diamond Man. I have the power to turn anything into diamonds between my buttocks. That's my only superpower. I'm a woman's best friend. My ass is a woman's best friend. Dan W says, no, the name of the game, Vertimate, correct spelling. Oh, that's the name of the Loli RPG, eh? Huh. Oh, now I got a Canadian thing going on, eh? Oh. You know, that's funny because, like, in my time away from, like, a laptop, like, I've been, like, wanting to, like, concoct or design, like a third-person shooter, kind of like Battlegrounds or something, but with all just, like, lolis running around in tactical gear and shooting each other up with, like, paintball guns or whatever. And just to, like, make it a bit more lewd, just every time they take battle damage, just some more of their equipment or clothing is either tattered or ripped off. And just, like, and incorporate, like, game features where, like, the build of the Loli tactical fighters would equate to, like, how they operate in battle. So, like, say, like, a thick Loli with, like, thick thighs and and that is just like a more of like a tank type person who can operate like a minigun. Though they may be slow, they're hard to take down because of all the armor they might have. And like a sleek, slender, maybe sinewy loli is like a speed runner or whatever, just kind of like a sniper, maybe just really stealthy and fast. It's so fast. And the more items and clothing like the tactical lolis like lose, like the faster they become. And I was thinking like, oh, maybe we should make a new feature for like a third-person shooter. And you know how you can run and gun? You know, like just your character's running, but you can still shoot and stuff. It'd be cool if you could like double tap or activate like another button to do like a dead sprint run where it's like you're just in a dead sprint and you can't really shoot. Either you don't shoot or you can just spray and pray. So like your character will still be shooting, but like the bullets are just going wild and not going in any particular direction. So I was thinking of this like lewd lowly like third person shooter game. I think that would be like a fun thing to develop, is like a different speed at which you can run, because I know you can like have an easy walk, a fast paced walk, a running speed, and then just do one above that where it's like a dead sprint where your character just books it, but either you can't shoot in that mode or you can shoot but the bullets are just going wild, because in a dead sprint you're not like really focused on any particular target. Your point is just to run from point A to point B as fast as like you can get the character to do so. But I was thinking of that and like figured like, yeah, that'd be cool. I should write some of this stuff down. Okay, there's a lot of stuff going on here. MaxXM says, General Electric, you just at and then type the name of the person. Dan W says, yep. General Electric says, at Max. He literally wrote at, but I think you're supposed to do the at symbol, the A in the inside the loop. Helio says, hey man, just wanted to say thank you for coming back and staying with us with your art, and that I'd be happy to see any kind of art from you, because it's awesome. Sorry if that sounded stupid. No, it doesn't. Like, it's just, I really appreciate the, I guess I should be saying that I'm really grateful for the appreciation, or I'm very appreciative of the gratitude. I guess either or works. But yeah, thanks, Helios. Kurvac says, watching you draw is magical. We can feel your creativity just bursting out. MaxXM is like correcting the first, like at as in the A with the in the loop sign. Nutso says, Marge, kids, everything's gonna be just fine. Now go upstairs, pack your bags. We're gonna start a new life under the sea. General Electric is typing at Max. Nutsto says, I always quote this one, there is unfair treatment. Yes. Falling Cherry Boy says, Splatoon, but more Japanese. Yeah, General Electric says, at Max 6M. Oh, he's trying to figure out, is he trying to like have like a private, like a chatting session or something? Because I'm not sure if that's going to work in here. Dan W says, spray and pray. Hello. At General Electric. See? Easy. Just trying to show him how to at somebody. Korvac says, do you have any opinion on Skullgirls censoring some of the sprites a few months ago? Oh man. When I worked on Skullgirls, I worked on Parasol, and I squeezed in as many panty shots as I could. And when I saw the game come out and saw some of the sprite animations I worked on, it seemed that they had taken out a lot of those panty shots. So there was censorship back then, but oh man, I haven't heard what's all been going on recently with the Skullgirls censorship. This is the first time really hearing about it, but I hope they didn't take out all the panty shots completely. I was really looking forward to downloading that game and just seeing some of mine and some of the other artists' fine work. And fucking the gameplay looks just balls to the wall awesome. And yeah, I have no opinion because I don't really know anything about it. Maxixum says he's talking about the whole adding thing when you're chatting with people. Like, it's not private, it's just direct. Maxixum says panty shots equal good shots. Yeah. Especially when they're taken with tequila shots. Tequila shots. Cherry Boy says, I have to go now. Man, I probably watch the rest of the stream later. Much love. Love. Thank you, Cherry Boy. Korvac says, they removed more panty shots. No! My fine work. Like all the panty shots that I made for Parasol. Gone. Is nothing sacred? General Electric says, exactly what was your job on Skullgirls? Have you ever drew lewds things with Peacock? No, I haven't. I've been way too busy to like draw any lewds of any of the Skullgirls characters. And that's even before like all this probation nonsense. I did draw some fan art of Misfortune though, the discombobulated cat character with all the scars on her wrists and joints and all that stuff. I did draw some fan art, but I never got around to finishing it, so I never posted it. But the characters I worked on, I was on sprite animation as part of the sprite animation crew, and there was like a bunch of us. I remember a couple of artists that I knew, but they had like I think one or a couple dedicated artists who just did the like the smashing effects, like the bursting effects for when your attacks would land. But I did like several of the attacks for or I animated some of the sprite sequences for Parasol, Misfortune, and oh shoot, I think there was another one, but I don't remember. Maybe that was it. Those were the only two I worked on. Parasol and Misfortune. Ah, shoot. I can't remember. But yeah, I was part of the animation crew, and like we worked on just sprites. And there was a cleanup crew too, and the lead animator, what's her face, Cartwright, Mariel, Maria, Marcy, I think it was something that started with an M. But anyway, Miss Cartwright was the lead animator, and she gave me props on my sprite animations because I would bring my artwork to such a level where it was almost complete, and the way she gave me props was like just telling me like, oh, some cleanup artist is gonna love you because I had done like a lot of the cleanup work for them. And looking at some of the sprite animations frame by frame, I see that there was like little to no touch-up that was done on my sprite animations, just because there was like they were almost complete. And I know there had to be touch-ups with Parasol because I animated way more panty shots than what was released. It's like fucking, can't we have our panty shots and be happy? Like, those who don't want to partake in panty shots just don't have to look at them. But please, for the love of God, let us, other people who like panty shots, enjoy the panty shots. Uh, I just want to draw more panty shots. Max XM says, if I made a game, it would be panty shots of the game. That reminds me of like this fighting game that I wanted to make, and it would be like a fighting game with just lowly characters, and I was gonna call it Lowlies Under Rage. You know, kind of like Streets of Rage, but instead of like streets, I put under. And that's what I would label it, and it would just be like almost nothing but panty shots. Oh, there's so many comments all of a sudden. Korvac says gameplay is still great and game is still great, but soon. I don't know what soon is. If I made a game, it would be panty shots the game. Actually, goes on. How come there's no fighting game about pillow fights? There should be. We should make it. And Max XM says, I'd honestly develop a fighting game where female characters are different ages, races, and fighting styles fight with pillow in a battle for pajama party supremacy. That sounds like a pretty awesome premise. Korvac says, it's 1 or 2 frames of panty shot. Korvac says, how is that a problem? Oh, I'm guessing Korvac is saying that a character named Sun has frames of like 1 or 2 frames of a panty shot and just maybe was edited out. Helio says, can't stick for long, so I'm going to go. Thanks for the stream, pal, and hey, don't despair again. Cheers. Thanks, Helios. Thanks for the words of encouragement. The Crossboy says, who are your greatest art inspirations, and is your Discord private or open to join? Well, like, it's join by invite, so like, I'm going to leave my Discord tag in the description below, and then you can hit me up, and then after some chatting back and forth, this and that, like, just go through a small vetting process, and once I see that you're cool and not going to cause any ruckus or drama in the server, like there's like plenty enough drama as it is, just from people like being snarky at times, but just as long as I know you're not going to like post like anything that goes against the rules in my server, and the rules in my server pretty much coincide with my restrictions, so as long as you're cool and can adhere to that, like I'll send you an invite to the server. Korvac says, Tsundere? Tsuntsun means to cry over. Oh. Yep. I'm very Tsuntsun over the missing panty shots that we're missing out on. All over the place. All over the world. Okay, this guy doesn't seem too heroic because he's not that muscular. So I'm really going to beefcake this guy out to just really give him that superhero physique. Because if you're like me, you believe that all superheroes should have like an Adonis-like musculature build. Or when your superhero is a woman, they should have a like a sexual allure to them, like somewhat of an Aphrodite, like perfect woman born from the sea foam type of physique with muscle tone. And I've been like seeing some of the drama on YouTube where like they're trying to take that away from all of us. They're making superheroes that aren't very super. I mean, some of the premise for some of these characters is just fucking stupid. Like, well, General Electric says, any idea about how did react to your ex-coworkers and Skullgirls when they did hear about your legal problems with the lowlies? Actually, I left the company before production on the first Skullgirls was complete, because at the time, the only reason I signed on to Skullgirls is because I was in between jobs and I was having a hell of a time just trying to find more employment, and it was lucky that I was able to get onto Skullgirls just by quality of skill alone. And I was working on that for a while, but my student loans were just piling up and I needed to find a dedicated place of employment that would pay me a salary. Eventually I did find one, and had to let the crew know that, like, hey, I found a salary paying job and I'm in a real hard spot, and I gotta just quit and just move on to this other thing. And it really sucked because I really loved working with that crew. And I don't know if they ever found out about my situation. Like, I doubt any of them do. Like, oh, Muriel Cartwright, that's her name. That's the lead animator's name. But they never reached out to me. Well, they did while I was still working at that company. Like, they were asking if I would want to jump back on to animate more characters, and I think this was for the second encore that was going to be released. But at the time, like, I was working really hard day and night just at this one company, designing and animating video slot machines, and I just wanted to get my student loans done and over with. Eventually I did complete the student loans, but unfortunately I was unable to have the time to work on the Skullgirls second encore, and it would have been really fun to do so, and I do appreciate them reaching out to, like, see if I'd be willing to do that, but I just couldn't at the time. But do they know about my situation? Like, I have no idea. Like, no one has really reached out to me since. This guy's legs, they're just too sexy for him. I think that comes from just drawing so many, like, sexy ladies that I forgot how to draw, like, really muscular, powerful men. Also, like, Alistar, my close confidant and soulmate, has got me drawing a lot of her characters, and some of them are very effeminate. So with me trying to draw, like, this really buff, muscular, like, superhero-esque figure, it's like just drawing girlish figures is just like a hard thing to shake right now. I better draw, like, briefs on this guy, just so the feds don't think I'm drawing anything particularly naughty. Corvax says, you really have a knack for posing humans. Thank you, fellow human. I do believe I have a real knack for posing as a human. I mean, posing humans. Bum bum bum. I think Alistair Dreamer went to sleep. Oh, I feel bad that she left off at the frowny face. Like I'm seeing that she was on Discord, but her the thing under her tag has a frowny face on it. And I didn't mean to make her upset. Whoa, there's a lot of activity going on in my Discord. Oh, well, not that much. Jesus the Frog says polygraphs are also required to gain national security clearance. Trace Reading says opposed to a thorough background check and psych screening. Regison says no, they do that too. It's in addition to that. Actually, polygraphs aren't communal used for security clearance, just the background check and interviews for top security. Jesus the Frog says true, a polygraph is not required for a secret clearance, but a top secret does require one. It doesn't tell them anything about whether the subject is lying. I believe their goals is to make people so afraid of being caught in a lie or having been found to have omitted something that they will volunteer more information than they otherwise would. Noshikuma says, what's going on? Regency says, actually no, they don't. It's not required for a top secret. But yeah, a polygraph is ultimately a tool to psych the subject out more than anything. Yeah, they're just talking about polygraphs in there. General Electric says, what other idioms you can speak? Idioms? Idioms. I've heard that word before. Idioms. Being away from the internet for so long, I've lost some of my vocabulary. Idiom, the language peculiar to a person or group, the characteristic form or structure of a language, an expression that cannot be understood from the meanings of its separate words. Idiom. So what other idioms can I speak? What, like other languages? I don't know. Korvac says you could be a surgeon. Korvac says you clearly understand how muscles and people work as meat machines. General Electric says he could be a pediatrician, gynecologist, but he chosen dead. Oh jeez. Oh no, death. Idioms, languages. I just pick up words here and there. It's like if I'm presented like a sheet of like words to say, and I more or less know how to pronounce the words, I can like pronounce like Spanish fairly well, but I don't know how all what I'm saying if I'm like reading something that's written in Spanish. Okay, this guy's in a heroic pose, so he's going to be facing up, kind of like looking to the sky in hopes for building a better tomorrow. Uh-oh. Things are slowing down. I'm lagging in Photoshop. That's not good. Uh-oh. Korvac says, is Western Union still an option? Am I still live? Like, it looks like I lost the feed on my end. General Electric says, "Can you speak some words in Taco?" I'm curious to see you talking another language. I'm assuming Spanish. Let me find something in Spanish. Spanish news. Well, I don't quite know the pronunciation. Spanish pronunciation they speak in España. But let's try Mexican. Mexico news. Mexico news. Okay. Because I know Spanish in Mexico is not pronounced the same as some of the Spanish in other countries such as Spain or Argentina. Well, are they speak Spanish in Argentina or is it Argentinian? I don't know. I have no idea. No, it's just saying news in Mexico. I should maybe type in news in español. Últimas noticias en español. CNN español últimas. Okay, this looks promising. I'll just click on the first one. Freaking ad. Get out of here. Okay. El último ataque de Trump al uso de máscaras es el peor. A Donald Trump le gusta pensar en sí mismo como un tipo duro. Le agradan otros hombres duros y las máscaras en el mundo de Trump no son la clase de cosas que utilas alguien así. I have no idea what any of that meant. Biden dice que se hizo prueba de COVID-19. I don't want to say that on YouTube. Continuar siendo evaluado legalmente. What the heck? Día Mundial de la Salud Sexual. Conoce tus derechos. I saw the word sexual there. Yeah, I'll say that in Spanish. Is there anything else? Maybe I should click on article. Not a C virus article, maybe something else. Something about Miley Cyrus. Let's click on that. Miley Cyrus compara su divorcio de Liam Hemsworth con luchar contra una adicción. I think that's how you pronounce it. La cantante Miley Cyrus habla sobre la sobriedad y el divorcio de Liam Hemsworth durante una entrevista en el podcast The Joe Rogan Experience. Is there a more button? Like, these are just like video articles. They'll just give you a little blurb under it to explain what's going on, and it's just like, watch this video, there's news in it. Here's a little blurb about the news that's being spoken in this video. Let's try Google Noticias. Okay, this is going to be the last one, and then I'm going to get back to art. Get back to the arting. Get back to the arting, man. Stop reading Espanol news. Nothing about the C virus I want to read. Oh, here's a sad one about the recent Black Panther actor passing away, Chadwick Boseman. Sale a la luz el último mensaje de Chadwick Boseman, al producto de Black Panther. Nate Moore, this stupid ad. Get out of here. Ah. I don't want to accept these cookies because I'm not going to come back to this Espanol site. I was just having a little fun. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm doing. Back to drawing. General Electric says, "Nice, thank you." And that was probably a while ago. Now he's probably going to say, like, "You can stop now. We get it. You can speak Spanish even though you don't understand it. Or you can read Spanish even though you don't understand it." I'm pretty sure I flubbed up some words there, but I think that just comes across pretty okay. Yeah. A hero requires strong cheekbones and a strong jaw with a defined chin. I should turn down my smoothness. Maybe that's causing some of the lag. I don't really want to give him like the superhero ducktail cowlick. Because I just feel like, well, I'm just kind of phoning it in if I do that. How do I make a hero look heroic without just mimicking standardized present day tropes of what other heroes look like? Of course, like, I gotta be standard about the whole like strong muscular features. But then, what would I consider a hero to be? Of course, I'm not much of a hero person myself. It's like Superman is cool, but he's also like just so much like a Boy Scout. It's annoying sometimes. My whole thing would be more of like an anti-hero aesthetic. Just like a hero who becomes a hero because he's forced to, not because he wants to. Going along that line and touching on the whole religious thing again, like, what if that's what the Antichrist was? Is like just a regular average dude who didn't want to be anything like Christ or just be Christ-like, but he's forced to become like take on Christ actions and whatever to like just because he's forced to. Like, oh man, I do want to become a Christ figure, but I got to save the world, I guess. Ugh. Antichrist. Anyway. Just a little thought, random thought. What time is it? Oh, I think I've been streaming long enough. I've been streaming for the last 3 or 4 hours. So I think I should cut it off pretty soon, because all I wanted to do on this stream was to just update like people on my situation, what I've been going through, and just let people know that I'm still around, that I'm still alive. I didn't go to prison, although I might over like ridiculous reasons such as like freaking pornographic word bubble that I didn't think would be an issue. Just trying to have some fun, guys. Jeez. It's like, I'm still human. I still have sexual thoughts, sexual feelings. I still like to express myself in a sexual manner that isn't considered to be stuff akin to like rape, molestation, or harassment. It's not like I'm doing any of that. Just wanted to have like a little sexual humor. I can't even have sexual humor. Like, my fucking God! Shitty goddamn hell! I don't know. I just find some of this just really wild sometimes. You're not allowed to make sexual jokes, Blackhorse, because we don't find those funny. My family's just like really pissed off about it, and they're not happy with the situation. And after hearing their displeasure about it, it just kind of really brought me back down to earth. And I was like, what the fuck am I doing in this program? I had an easier time in Vegas when I could still draw erotica for money. But going through this program is just, yeah, I get the opportunity to get off probation a lot sooner, but fucking hell, at what cost? Jesus goddamn Christ. It's like I gotta be so guarded about what I do or what I write. Like I'm wondering if I have to be guarded to the point where I have to watch what I say. I mean, like, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like I know I can't draw shit, but now I can't write shit, and like fucking can't tell sex jokes and whatnot. Well, how about like a fucking sexually offensive poem? I'm just pissed off right now, and it just annoys me to no end. And it's just like, what do I have to do? Just fucking have them leave me alone? Just roll over and die and shit? It's so hard keeping up with all these, like, friggin' jumping through all these hoops and adhering to all these rules and how I should and shouldn't act or whatever is just fucking ridiculous. And what, like, am I going to get in trouble for like swearing? It's like I've already shared my criticisms about what's going on with me, and like a lot of people like really feel the same way as I do, and it's just like so overburdening. Like I'm not going out and causing drama. I'm not going out drinking. I'm not promiscuous in any way. I'm not freaking going to bed with random trollops that are like putting out like left and right. I wouldn't even know where to look, and not that I want to go and find out if there are any like sluts in and around the reservation, because I'm already in love with somebody, and that somebody has like helped me out through a lot of this shit that I'm going through, and to just like continue to, like, it feels like harassment, like box me in like every step of the way. I'm freaking not allowed to really do shit. It's like I'm not allowed to have any jokes or poke any fun. It's like, no, Blackhorse, we'll let you know when you are having fun. And once you've agreed to never express yourself in any sexual manner whatsoever and be what we perceive as a healthy individual based on our beliefs and our moral standards, then we'll let you free, and then we'll let you know when you're okay to have fun, how you should have fun. And I don't know, in a way it's just, even though like I'm not treated, or I'm not dehumanized as much as I was back in Vegas, it's so restrictive, and in a way the harsh restrictive nature is dehumanizing. I mean, like, it fucking sucks. Chris Fornwalt says, stay strong, man. Play the weak moral mouse till you no longer have to. If you're getting off of probation faster, it's a net win. Yeah, but At what cost? I don't even know when I'm going to be off probation. I mean, like, everything's like constantly up in the air. Like, no telling where the end is. And me and well, she goes by Alistar Dreamer here in the chat on YouTube, and we talk about all the things that we want to do and whatever, and like we pray, well, just hope and wish for the day that I get off probation so we can like be free to hang out the way we want to. And like the courts are okay with us like arranging something to where she comes out and visits, but it would be like a half-hearted visit. Like, we wouldn't be free to do all the things that we wanted to do, because like for sake, or for the court's sake, because there's just so many goddamn restrictions. So then after I get off probation, we would like to meet up once and just pal around and just maybe even do things that we wouldn't have to worry if would the courts approve of this? I don't know. Does this violate my probation? I better check with my treatment counselor and my probation officer and see if we're okay to hang out the way we're doing now. I mean, it's just fucking stupid. I mean, like, today was just really harsh because all the drawings I did, I thought were like in pretty good fun, at least as much fun as I'm allowed to have. And though the judge said that like yeah, you're not breaking any rules, but like the sexual word bubbles, they might be a violation, and I just couldn't believe what I was hearing at the time. And of course, I don't want to like be critical of what the judge is saying in the moment, because I don't want to be considered to be combative. Because I just want to get through this program and get back to living my life. But the life they want me to live is just this very meek, subdued life that they feel like they need to approve of before they really release me. That's stupid. And depressing. And it's like, I gotta watch what I draw, because like anything I draw might be considered like misconstrued as sexual. I can't make sexual jokes or comments, and I thought it was funny at the time. And hell, I could even get in trouble for saying some of the stuff I said in this stream. I mean, like, I was referring to like big flopping titties, freaking ejaculate shooting everywhere here and there, but like just saying it all in good fun. I never thought, or did I think it would just like be potential like violation for me. Like, god damn, why don't you just put me in a coma for the duration of my probation? It's fucking stupid. I mean, like, I'm not allowed to express my thoughts the way I want to think, and I'm able to express my words in any way that's like sexual. I mean, it's fucking stupid. I mean, for the sexual word bubbles, I mean, that was fucking ridiculous. So what if I talked about like sex? Can I even talk about sex? Like penis, vagina, breasts, nipples, buttocks, sphincter. Like, these are things that I've already like talked about throughout the chats, but in like a joking manner. It's like, I just wish they would fuck off already. I mean, haven't I been through enough? Jesus, if you're listening, Have I been through enough bullshit yet? Can't I get off probation? And if the answer is yes, please smite down those who are adverse to my thoughts and beliefs. That would be much appreciado. Thank you, Jesus. As if Jesus would do something like that. Oh, God. That's nice to dream, but I guess it's inappropriate if I were to convey what I'm thinking, what I'm dreaming, what I'm feeling, if at all they believe it to be in a sexual manner. I mean, let's try something out real quick, shall we? Just like a little poem. I'm not sure if I should. Like a sexual poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. And just trying to think. How do I make that sexual? Roses are red, violets are blue. I haven't jacked off, so my nuts are too. Like, or maybe like I haven't had sex, so my nuts are too. In reference to the violets being blue. Never going to PR is asking, what will you do after probation? I just want to get back to living. I just want to get back to being sexual. Being the sexual beast that I am. Yeah. Hello, ladies. Are you looking for a good time? Well, I'm just the man who has the time and the rhyme to get your motor going. And I can't. I'm trying to think of stuff off the top of my head, just off the cuff, but it's like it's difficult. But yeah, I just want to get back to the life that I had left behind. Just gaming, drawing sexual content, even though the courts are adverse to that. I mean, it's my freedom of expression as an artist to like express how I'm feeling the way I want to feel it. But the courts don't want me to do that. And if it's like they already get the impression that I'm just going to go back to drawing sexual stuff after probation, and they find that as justifiable cause to not let me off probation. And it's stupid. It's like, we're going to keep you on probation because we're afraid that if we set you free, you're going to enjoy your freedoms and liberties. It's like, frickin' so what? Like, god damn it, I haven't had sex in since 2013, like fucking 7 years. I haven't had any sexual contact since then. I fucking barely even masturbate now that I'm back home, and I don't have any like privacy to myself because my cabin's still being built. Am I really that much of a threat, or is the government really threatened by my art that much that they have to freaking condemn me so much that they restrict me to the point where I'm just fucking going mad? And they're afraid that if I express myself in any sexual manner, it's going to be like the friggin' end of all society whatsoever. And it's just fucking bullshit. I mean, haven't I proven myself enough? I mean, I don't lash out violently. I stop drawing sex stuff when I ought to. And like fucking, again, like I haven't had any sexual contact since like friggin' 2013 when me and my ex broke up. I mean, it's fucking bullshit. Like, I get off the bus and I hear about these guys who banged a bitch, like, at the first bus stop that they got to. I mean, like, fucking, they were going to town and just busted their wads all over the freaking sticky bathroom floors. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, Jesus, like, man, like, fucking, I've been in prison for like almost as long as these guys, and I come out, and like the first thing that they do is like they fucking just go balls deep in some random chick that they met in a friggin' gas station or a bus stop. And here I am just trying to be all proper about the whole situation and prove that I'm not some sort of sexual deviant, when all these other inmates are just having sex left and right, and just fucking it's bullshit, man. Chris Fawnwalt says roses are red, violets are blue, the cheerleaders are naked. Why aren't you? And never going to PR says no fat gives superpowers. I wish. General Electric says after your abortion, after your approbation, would you buy one of those lowly sex dolls? Are you allowed to own one? I don't think they're allowed here in the U.S. General Electric. Like, things sound pretty lax over there in Germany. Maybe I should consider moving over there. Why don't you find me an apartment? Oh, God. Gonorrhea says, hey, friend. Never going to PR says escorts work. Like, to, like, find sexual relief in an escort. But no, like, fucking, I'm doing all I can, and I thought I was, like, saying all I could to just, like, be on their good side and, like, just not cause any drama. Like, fucking, I don't go around, like, drinking with all the idiots that live around here. I don't go around, like, looking for loose women at the laundromat or gas station. I don't, like, I'm not promiscuous in the least. I don't have sex with random strangers. I haven't had sex at all for about, like, Jesus. It's going to be 7 years on the dot later this month. That's when me and my ex split up back in 2013. And that's the last time we had sex. Last time I had sex. She's had plenty of sex after she split up with me. Like, she fucking went back to prostitution. And that was the life she left behind. And here she's, like, banging dudes left and right. Probably got, like, a load of, like, VD, whatever transmittable diseases, and she went back to drugs and all that shit. And here's me trying to be the best me I can, and that's just not fucking good enough for them. Goddamn tired of it. Gonorrhea says they try to censor everything that they don't like, of course. Yeah. And I'm just tired. I just want to get back to drawing whatever it is I want to draw without getting the government's approval. Of course I'm not going to approve. Just fucking set me free already. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream here and maybe get something to eat. This piece isn't my best piece. It's kind of like a little off kilter. There we go. That's looking better. He's just like leaning way too far off to one side. Just not being mindful of where he was. Let's fix that head, shall we? There we go. Shoot. Well, I'm not going to save this one anyway. It was just like a drawing, just to draw for like this live stream, since I've just been going on the endless tirade of a rant about everything that I'm going through. But it did make me feel better, and I'm glad there are people out there who see my point of view instead of just constantly being stonewalled in court. It's like, it's our way or the highway, but like fucking, it's nice to like talk to like-minded people who can really acknowledge the injustice that I feel, that I'm suffering. Get the hell out of here, stupid fly. And let's see. Gonorrhea says, it's all so tiresome. Yes, it is. General Electric says, you don't need sex because government fucks you daily. Oh yeah, I'm freaking loosing the caboose, if that were done literally. Whew. All my farts would be like a whisper in the wind. Jeez. Gonorrhea says, I feel real sorry for your ways. So do I. But thanks for the feels. Like, I appreciate you understanding. Like, all of you guys. And Corvax gave me hearts. It gives me all of his love. Oh my God, Corvax, I didn't know you felt that way about me. Thank you. Sorry, I don't mean to be a dick. Just being sarcastic. I'm just trying to make fun of the situation I'm in. And I don't mean anything by it. I really do appreciate Corvax. I don't want to come off as just some unappreciative douchebag when I do appreciate you guys just talking to me and like me being able to share my thoughts and feelings without like getting stonewalled and like people like jumping down my throat and just forcing me to be one way or it's no way back to prison. I don't know. It's just really got me kind of scared, and I don't know what to expect. I got like an over the phone treatment counseling session come Monday, and he's going to address the drawings in question, which I drew up like as a tongue-in-cheek funny joke, at my expense, kind of thinking like I can't draw anything sexual. I can't do like really anything sexual. Can I have like maybe a sexual joke or two? Apparently not. I guess sex jokes, when illustrated, are just a no-go, and that's fucking bullshit. Never going to PR says post Discord. I'll post my Discord tag in the description so y'all can hit me up, and then if you guys pass the mustard, then I'll invite you to the Discord server. Gonorrhea says, take care, champ. Chris Formwalt says, the courage to think and say things that go against the will of the masses is a rare thing, especially when there's evidence in our side of the discussion. Korvac says, nah. Like, I guess in reference to like me saying like, I don't want to be a douchebag. I'm sorry, Korvac. I really do appreciate you. I don't want you to think I'm a complete dick. He says, nah. I'm like, oh, glad we see things eye to eye. Gonorrhea says, every artist should be himself. Thank you. I wish I could be myself. Abilius says, you can do it, man. It sucks, but freaking fly. But you got this. Piss off. Fucking pussy clown dildo fly. Peace out, fam. You could tell my story when you go live if you want to hear it. Oh, when you go live if you want to hear it. Yeah, I'd like to hear some stories. General Electric says, what story, Abilis, did you was molested as child? That English is not General Electric's first language. But anyway, it's been fun. I'm going to end this session. I got to get something to eat. And then I got to get back to doing commissions, crank them out, get myself out of the rest of my credit card debt. And yeah, I'll do another stream when I can. Like usually I like to do streams when my family's not here. That way there's not a lot of background noise and just a lot of distractions going on, and it's just me just talking to you guys, so I can focus on that and freaking fly. Hopefully, like next time I do a stream, it'll be in the middle of winter or something when there's not so many asshole flies around. Fucking pricks. This one's all over me. Anyway, thanks for watching my stream. Thanks for chatting it up, and it was really great, like conversing with you guys, interacting. And if you like this stream, please leave a like, comment, like leave more questions. If you have any more questions, leave them in the comment section below. I'll get to them when I can. And again, I'll leave my Discord tag in the description section below. So yeah, like, comment, and don't forget to subscribe if you're new to the situation and haven't subscribed yet. I'm going to try to maybe upload on a more regular basis. So do some time-lapse artwork drawings and such. But anyway, I was glad to just talk to you guys again and let you know that I'm still alive, still here, and still fucking pissed off at what's going on. Please, let me go! Let me go! Oh, you see how mad this thing's making me? Like fucking... I guess all I can do is take it in stride and not push too many buttons unintentionally. Man... It sucks that I can't even make any sexual jokes. Sexual joke comics. Stupid. Hope this C virus takes down the whole system. I don't even care anymore. Anyway. I guess that's about it. This has been Johnston Blackhorse, the one and only, and I'll check you all later. Bye. Click. Oh, that's the wrong